Apalah, kau tadi tak jumpa. Aduh. Tadi aku tak tekan ni kot.
Test 1 2 test.
Outdoor. Indoor lah bu.
Test 1 2 test. Test 1 2 test.
Bila ni okey apa? Ni air dia punya ni.
Ni.
Tak pegang ni.
Test 1 2 test.
Masuk ambil je.
Test 1 2.
ISO kau tinggi lah. Habis lah. Naik lagi.
Kau bagi arahan ke apa ni?
Aku bagi lah. Masuk lah, tak payah masuk auto.
Sini sikit bu. Bu. Kaki bu. Sini sikit. Oh, tak ada test ni.
Ingat. Audio. Dah masuk dah audio.
Tak sini.
Ya,
Dia kena select bodoh.
audio format, audio record level,
Kita masuk audio.
record level, mic select. Tengok.
Test 1 2. Test.
Ada.
Test.
Wah.
Test 1 2 1 2 2. Test.
Internal off lah. Ni dalam. Internal dalam tapi kalau kita tahu.
Betul. Test.
Buat tadi.
Ada.
Oi.
Aku pula. Delay biasa lah. Cuban 1 2 3 4 5 6 7.
Nak pakai orang tu.
Takut dia berjalan je.
Suruh dia pakai lah. Ni mana? Macam dia tu. Tie clip memang macam tu.
Alhamdulillah.
Ada ni.
Ustaz ni. Ustaz dah.
Kena pakai itu.
Tak apa.
Apa? Barang apa?
Bawa lagi ya.
Allahu Akbar. Ustaz, ni untuk ni. Untuk kamera ni.
Tu, live terus.
Dia sesi pertama ni doa lepas tu.
Ha?
Doa lepas tu.
Doa.
Mula-mula doa.
Doa.
Lepas tu
Tak tahu.
tentatif siapa pegang?
Orang ni kat luar.
Kat luar ni. Ada.
Mic, Ustaz kena kata.
Ya.
Sana juga.
Okay, ni siapa kontrol?
Kejap dia nanti dia.
Okey. Tumpang letak beg. Saya rasa saya prefer saya jaga sini kan.
Atas tu ke?
Sana ke sini?
Tak tahu, terpulang ke? Tak boleh sebab kabel pendek.
Itulah.
Budak dia kontrol.
Dia kalau letak sini tak boleh. Atas ni.
Kalau
Sanskrit belief, this is university. Wherever it is, university. But I said university is university except IUM. And I've been here for 12 years. I know we have a different dream. Why? Because I never signed any contract with any other university that specifically put in the contract, I am a Murabi. Okay, so if you check any other contract in any other university that you have been engaged with, if you found the word Murabi on it, then you are lucky. Then maybe you shouldn't be here. But so far, this has been the university that I have engaged with, that I am a Murabi. Not only a teacher, I am a Murabi. Murabi is an honor grade beyond DS, BK, and all those kind of things. This is a very honorable grade that Allah will actually assess that by himself, not by KPI, KII, whatever K it is, but it's a special grade. So we're going to have that tomorrow. And some topics which I think you are familiar with by now, we have been exposing you to some of these topics in asynchronous, in iTalim. Okay, I know there has been a lot of feedbacks. Again, we will collect your feedback. If it's too painful to go through all those questions, we will try to make sure it will become less painful for your junior. So thank you so much for the feedback. And then we will have sessions with finance today as well as with MSD. So please ask questions, any burning questions that you will never ask, you will never get the answer from your dean. This is the session. Okay, so this is the day. So please ask that questions. Today we will have Madam Naima, which is the Executive Director of Finance, and we will also have Madam Najihah, which is the Director of MSD. So please ask questions as much as you can. And we have actually also exposed you to IUM support systems, right? We have exposed you to CPS, Ahmad. I'm not sure whether we have modules on IO. And Sister Huda, please check in whether we have modules on IO, International Office, because we have a lot of international students as well. So I think you should know the grievances that they have gone through, especially in the past 2 years on dealing with visas and whatnot. So that would be one of the exposure that you would need as well. And we also have quite a lot of offices that we used to have that, but unfortunately it seems that having more modules means a torture for you. So that's why we took it off some of the modules just to make sure we have enough, but we don't have too much. So if you feel that there are more offices or more support system that you need, that you think you need it, please let me know. We will channel you to the relevant offices. And of course, one of the support system is our center, which is CPD. So CPD is Center for Professional Development. This is an office under Deputy Directors of Academic and Internalization. So my direct boss is Prof. Haris. And inside this professional development, we are not only providing trainings related to teaching and learning, but we also provide trainings related to professional development. We have been having trainings on, I think last time we have time management, career management, all those kind of things. And Alhamdulillah, I've just been called a few days ago by MSD that Dato' Asma is also interested to actually create a workshops with CPD on career management, which is making sure that you understood the path that you have to go through, moving from assistant professor to associate professor to professor and so on. Okay, so these are some of the things. And now, I'm not sure whether it's a good news or bad news for all of you, but micro-credentials is now parked under as one of the unit in CPD. So if you are dealing with Dr. Samsul, no, Dr. Samsul is actually in my office. If you are having difficulties to reach out to him, you can reach out to all of us. We will channel that inquiries to him as well. And of course, publications. These publications is not IUM Press, but if you have any modules in the class that you would want to get the EISBN, or you would want to get it as OER, Open Educational Resources. We're actually now working with UNESCO in making sure that any resources that you would want to share with the world, we can help you to get them on board with OER. Okay, so CPD has a website. We do have, if you go through, even as simple as Google CPD IUM, you would land in this page. Okay, so this is a CPD website, and we do have, as as I've mentioned earlier, we do have 2 compulsory training, which is TIDE and BTMC. Not all are required for BTMC. For all senior staff who have experience teaching in other institutions, we actually honor your experience and we put that experience as one of the reasons for exemptions. So we have been giving a lot of exemptions for senior staff with a lot of teaching experience. There are certain requirements imposed by university, so we will try to assist you. If you have those qualifications, we will assist you in getting the exemptions. On top of that, we have trainings, as I've mentioned earlier, so that covers teaching, learning, and we also a support system for any other offices. We're actually providing trainings for KCA, we provide training for CPS and so on. So if you feel that your office would need some kind of trainings that will serve the university wide, then we will try to assist you, inshallah. Okay, so if in the website itself, you will find more than, I think if I'm mistaken, last time it was more than 70 trainings scheduled this year alone. Okay, so most of it are actually conducted as on online, but we do have some of the trainings conducted as face-to-face already. So if you feel that this year I don't want to do any trainings on professional development, I just want to focus on teaching and learning. We have quite a lot of portfolios on teaching and learning. You are more than welcome to join any of those trainings. I'm very sure some of the faces are quite familiar, so I think you have been attending our trainings as well. Okay, so the calendar is here, the CPD training. Okay, so for TIDE, we actually divide, as I've mentioned earlier. Some of you have been completing the online sessions, the asynchronous, with 75 passing marks. So we don't expect distinction, we don't expect A actually for all the quizzes. We also have these sessions, which is synchronous. Let me just highlight that we do have some participants here. I'm very sure you know who you are, that you have not completed the online sessions, the asynchronous sessions. If you feel that you haven't finished your modules and you are yet to fulfill that, please, if possible, try to complete as soon as possible, because there will be a date where we have to submit the result to MSD. And then we will make sure that all those who have completed will then be provided with certificate. Okay, so this is one of the mandate from CPD, is that we have to provide certificate of TIDE to all who have completed TIDE 1 and then BTMC another certificate. Okay, so we have to produce 2 certificates for compulsory trainings. Okay, let me just walk through the program details. Okay, so this is the program details. I will make these slides available for all of you, so feel free to refer to it from time to time if you feel that you missed some of the slides now and it's important for you. So these are some of the programs that we're going to have today. We're going to have the sessions with finance, the sessions with MSD, and after lunch you're going to have the sessions with Insan Sejahtera team. Then it will be some activities on the sessions after lunch, and that would be at Insan Sejahtera sessions will be the last sessions for today, and then we will send you back to the hotel. On the second day, which is tomorrow, we're going to have sessions with Murabi Task Force for the whole mornings, and then after lunch we will have sessions with Tansi and then all the other directors. As of now, we have confirmations from Tansi, but he will join a little bit late. So I have recorded the sessions with him yesterday just for the sessions that he wants to pass the information on, but he will be coming after 4 because he will be coming around 4 because he has the sessions with UNESCO on the same time tomorrow. So he will try to come as soon as he finishes. He will join in. He look forward to meet. I met him yesterday. He look forward to meet all of you as well. And on Friday, so tomorrow, basically, you are more than welcome to leave to go back to your home and then enjoy time with families. But we really, really appreciate if you can join us via Zoom on Friday afternoon. For unfortunately, Tan Sri Kamal Hassan is not well, so but still he wants to meet everyone, although it is online. So we really appreciate if and in fact it is part of the attendance as well. So Friday afternoon around 3 to maybe usually it's around 3 to 4:30, we will have sessions with Tan Sri Kamal Hassan. He's a figure where he coined a lot of terms, including the Murabi, so we can actually ask again things related to Islamizations and all concept related to that tomorrow. On Friday. Any questions before I proceed? Is it okay so far? Yeah. So you are not expected to stay another night tomorrow. You are more than welcome to leave, but on Friday we'll have it as an online session. Okay. So some housekeeping. We have some expected output. Of course, every programs that university conducted, we actually expect some kind of deliverables. So one of the deliverables that we would want to have, we expect to have from this TIDE is something that you produce from these two activity. Okay, so we will have activity today and tomorrow, and you will actually be put into group. Is it already according to the group? Okay, great, thank you. And then I really appreciate if every group have a group leader. Okay, and then this is the deliverables. Okay, that we really appreciate. You can design whatever deliverables, but we really appreciate if the deliverables is something that we can publish, so it will become something that our junior can actually learn from. So these are the two samples of outcome from TIDE 52. The groups actually producing 2 books. One of the group produced the ebook on COVID-19. Another one produced another book on substance abuse and COVID-19. So these are combinations of stuff from different faculties. So this is not all from medic. Okay, so some from education, some from medic, of course, nursing. If I'm not mistaken, we do have some from economics. So as you can see in here, the deliverables can be anything. If you don't feel like, I don't feel like writing books, I feel like producing podcasts, we can bring you to the studio in CPD, and then you can record your podcast. Okay, so whichever that you feel is your thing. Okay, so if your thing, my thing is talking, then we have studio. My thing is writing, then you have ebook, and we will produce the EISBN. We will request the EISBN for your group. Okay. All right. Just another housekeeping. The transportations to and from. I think everyone's aware that we have these facilities. And yes, again, just want to highlight, we do have a good team here. So please feel free to reach out to us. If you have any inquiries or assistance needed, I will be around. Okay, so I will not leave this session. I will not leave TIDE. I will be around. So you can see me anytime today, anytime tomorrow. Anything that we can assist you with, please reach out to us. Okay, so just for the certificate, I just need to re-highlight that the endorsement of your TIDE results will be done sometimes next month. So we really appreciate. By then you have completed the asynchronous modules as well. I think that will be all. May Allah make it easy. May Allah bless our important undertakings. Inshallah, this will be 2 fruitful days, inshallah. And I'm really looking forward to know each and every of you in person. So if there's any questions, or anything that you would want to get some clarifications before we proceed with the next sessions? Yes, doctor?
So just to confirm about the BTMC, you just mentioned that those who pass the TIDE, pass, they can go to the
Exactly.
Because we see the email saying that we have to join the BTMC, we have to ask the question, what modules should we wait for this to complete? Then
Yeah. Yeah. So for those who actually have started BTMC, the asynchronous modules, because one of the reasons why we don't want to prolong your waiting period to get into next year BTMC. So you can actually start your synchronous modules right away. But the confirmations of you, because BTMC will be conducted in August anyway, right? So that, no, it's August 1st to 3rd, and then Kuantan, yeah, I remember that. first to 3rd in Gombak, 10 to 12 in Kuantan. So your confirmations of that trainings will be upon completions of time. We still have plenty of time. Okay. Yes.
But in the system say the closing date for BTMC is actually tomorrow.
Yeah, the closing for registrations, the closing and completions of asynchronous. Yeah.
Can you be extended for BTMC because we just completed the type by tomorrow?
Okay.
I'm going to ask
Of
you.
course, if students can ask extensions, why not lecturers, right? We will try. I think, but so far we have more than 56 completed the BTMC's asynchronous modules. So we will see how far it is if 1 week extensions is feasible. I mean, like, it's reasonable. I think we can do that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. 1 month. 1 month. Then we have to extend BTMC to September. Okay. Another questions? Yes. Okay, all right, sure. Okay, so what would be the conditions where you can actually apply for exemptions? First, you have qualifications in educations. So if you have completed undergraduate or postgraduate in education, then we can actually apply. We can actually give you the form for exemptions. Or if you have been teaching more than 15 years, then looking at your age, I don't think, have you been? So if you have been teaching for more than 15 years, then you are allowed to request for exemptions. Another one is if you have won national level teaching, like for example, Anugerah Akademi Negara Pengajaran, then by right you will be exempted as well, because those are a different game altogether. Okay, so thank you. Any other questions? Yes, doctor.
I have problem with section 4.
Section 4 is section 4 of BTMC or type? Asynchronous type. Oh. Section 4. Okay, section 4. Section 4 is Dr. Zainal. You can chase him today. He will be around after lunch. So I'm going to chase him as well. I'll help you to chase him, don't worry. So section 4 is his modules, don't worry. This is general, right? The structured questions, the essay questions, is it? Sorry? 50 questions. Okay. Okay, all right. So anyone remember what section 4 is? What is it about? The officers. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, the support system. The support system. Okay. So the support system, we actually collected the questions from the office itself. So we will have a look. I think I have negotiated with Prof. Faris in the last ODRI meeting. These questions that come from, what we want is not having a lot of questions from the officers, but giving some kind of guidelines in terms of what would be the kind of supports they will be able to provide to you. But I know the questions comes is very much testing you of where, yeah. So I can feel you, so it's okay. We'll work around on that section 4. I will negotiate with these officers. I don't think that questions is a life and death situations. Okay. So okay, thank you for raising that issues up. I will follow up on that. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
For the BTMC, right?
Mhm.
2 venues, one in Gombak and one in Kuantan.
Right.
From those from Kuantan, can they join the 9 to 12 one at the date 9 to 12 August?
9 to 12 is in Kuantan. The 10 to 12 August is in Kuantan.
Those from UA Kuantan can join that session.
Yeah.
We don't have to come to Gombak, right?
Oh no. Kuantan is for Kuantan, Gombak is for Gombak. why we actually split the BTMC, especially for BTMC for Kuantan and Gombak. The natures of courses in Kuantan and Gombak are different. When I'm giving trainings in Kuantan, you have a different sets of needs. So if we give you the same emphasis to what we have in Gombak, I think it will bore you to death. So I think it will be nice to split the sessions, have the Kuantan sessions, and have the Gombak sessions focus on each our niche. Okay. I think KLM is very much similar to Gombak, right? Okay. Yep. Oh no. Oh, Gambang, CFS. CMS, yes, I think it's closer to Kuantan, right? Yeah. We will try to make you join the Kuantan. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Oh. Yeah.
For this Friday,
Mhm. When will you get the link to? Oh, okay. We will share that to email. So don't worry, you will know where to connect to the Zoom. Okay, inshallah. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah. Okay. So alhamdulillah, we have the MSD team here. I'm sorry, madam. Thank you some of your time. So we have let me introduce. We have Madam Fazida. She is the executive director of MSD. She's a very lovely woman. I call her Kak Fazi. So we also have Madam Najiha here. She helped me a lot during my promotions to associate professor. I still remember you, madam. So get to know these people. These are wonderful people. I think you will be happy to know them. Okay, so madam, the session is yours. Thank you so much again, everyone. But reach out to me if you have any questions. Okay, thank you. Oh, do you want to have a break? Do we have a break? Oh, okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Puan Fazida Bakar from MSD, EDMSD. Just for a short while before your after the break, because I'm debating with Tansi right now. Okay, Tansi Rector, with regards to all of you. Yeah, because most of you semua muda-muda ni bayar anak saya tengok age ada 32, 33, bayar anak saya. Okay, since you are this type program is actually a compulsory for you all, kan? For the permanent staff is for you to get confirmation, and for the contract is compulsory. Once in your service, you need to datang for this type program, kan? What I wanted to say is that regarding your career path, we're going to have a section, a program, with Prof Asmah later on for all of you yang still young, still dekat assistant professor ni, to tap your journey on your career path in IUM, because it is important for you all to know you punya career path, because kita tak nak macam just now when we had an interview, some of them dah Julai ni nak retire, baru nak go for promotion as associate professor. Then some of them being in the university for quite some time, tak buat apa-apa publication, they didn't do research, they didn't do consultancy. So what I'm going to say is that it's important for you, once you step your feet in the shoes of academician, you must go for publication, go for research, go for this consultancy. Kalau tak, your promotion will be delayed because of that. Kita ada set of criteria that we have been revised lately yang very flexible actually in terms of promotion. Kalau one of the good example, if you want to be your mentor, is Prof Haris. When we recruited him in 1990, when I was first joined the IUM, we recruited him online. That time he was doing his PhD. Once he came back, within 3 years, dia dah associate professor. Another 5 years, he becomes professor. So maknanya for the opportunities for you all to go from assistant to associate to professor is very wide. After my officer, Madam Najiha and Madam Asmili, will explain to you on your career path in IUM. Itu yang penting, because as an academician, if you tak suka in terms of research consultancy, then you can apply as an academic fellow yang only on the teaching loads, kan, ataupun be at CFS teachers, you tak kena buat all these issues consultancy supervision, ya. Because when we go for kita ada what we call pre-pass and e-pass where the promotion, they deal with the promotion, kita akan tengok all these criteria on the publication. Tapi kita very flexible. You must be involved with juga yang to support you with all these community engagements programs kan. Yang now our letter is talking about SDG, talking about the green environment. Yang tu is side lah yang whatever you active. Tapi yang you must concentrate as academician is on your research, your publications, your consultancy, your supervision. Yeah, I can't talk long because I lari dari meeting sekejap. Cakap kat Tan Sri, I want to see you all because some of you muka tak familiar. Tapi I saw a name Farah pun daripada KOE. I don't know whether it's the same Farah yang kita hantar ke UK last time do the PhD. Is it? Yeah. And then another one, I nampak nama Nazri. Is it Nazri now? Tak ramai lah because you're still young. I ada one more year to go next year for pasal retirement. So you all ni masih muda lagi. It's a long journey to you to be in IUM. So take the opportunity. Nanti kita when we have the program with for Asma nanti, you apply for the program, yeah, join the program. So that Prof will tell you, Prof Asma and Prof Haris will tell you how's your journey, macam mana you can plan it from the early stage, yeah, daripada assistant. Because mostly most of you now is assistant professor, then how you want to go to associate and then become professor one day. Because as an academician, mesti one day you punya ambitions is at the end of the day professor lah kan. Lepas tu kalau you nak jadi director ke rector ke is different things, you know. Tapi go aim at professor because we have a lot of professors yang at the young age. One is that one of them is Prof Haris lah. Yang at the young age he becomes professor. Prof Haris is our lead director. When he came join us in 1991, I mean it's not wrong for you to hold position, tapi jangan hold position sampai lama sangat because some of the academician dia jadi deputy dean, head of departments and no time to do the publication, no time to do consultancy. It's not that it's not good because when you are in the professor punya line besok memang you have to have the leadership skills, managerial skills. That you your experience is through holding the position, tapi more concentrate more on your academic line because you are an academician. Yang holding the post too is good for your leadership skills and also for your management skills. Macam cakap you, Prof Haris, when he came back pun memang he was appointed as HOD, he was twice dean, twice deputy director. No, he's holding the position, but he still can cope with the publication, research, writing books, all this sort of thing. And as an academician, you have a lot of privilege. Macam kita ada research leave, we have sabbatical leave, we have secondment, attachment, postdoctoral. Kita ada banyak yang towards that macam nak improve yourself, yeah, to be a good academician. So that's all from me. You have your break. Later on, Madam Najihah and Madam Asmili will explain you more on the policy of HR. Because being an academician, you should know juga pasal HR policy. And one more thing, I just say that you are welcome to MSD. If you have any queries, you have anything, suggestion, you want to propose something new. Because sometimes those you all yang very young, macam anak-anak ini, you all got a lot of ideas yang to do improvement to the university. And you, at any time you can come to my office. My door is always open. Can talk to me, can email to me, any suggestion, any proposal, any things that you want to know about the university or you want to suggest for the improvements of the university, especially on HR lah, yeah. Because sometimes when you are abroad, masa you study ke, you notice that the university that you have been, ada benda yang you rasa yang is good to be practiced in our university, then you can let me know, okay? You can just email to me or come to MSD and talk to my officers, Najihah and Asmili. Najihah is the director of HRM and Asmili is the officer in charge of the service matters of the university. So all the best. Your program will be until when? Next tomorrow. Just started today, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So all the best. Yeah. Good luck. Hope to see you all. Tapi nak tunggu you all dapat professor tak sempat lah kot. By next year I will retire early. But all the best. Come to my office anytime. And then email to me or you can give me a call kalau rasa you want to talk about something. Kalau benda-benda yang lain, maybe Najihah can assist you. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have a break.
Okay, you can go, you can please have the breakfast there and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Jadi
Sometimes. Only one more. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, you already mix Oh, yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So welcome back to the next sessions of TIE. We have Madam Najiha with us today. Madam Wan Najiha is the Director for Human Resource Management in MSD. You will be accompanied by Madam Asnili. Yeah, all right. Okay. So she will be accompanied by Madam Asnili. Madam Asnili is the Deputy Director in MSD. All right, so to Madam Najiha and Madam Asnili, the session is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. A very good morning. Okay, I think our executive director of MSD just now basically has given an overview of what I'll be talking about to all of you this morning. Nevertheless, this is actually originally a session with the executive director of MSD, and we would like to take this opportunity to share with all of you matters related to the human resource in the university, which is very much relevant to each and every one of you in this group today, because from the day you join the university until your retirement, you would need to. We will be working closely together, yeah, because there are things, policy matters in the MSD, in the university, that we need to share with all of you so that you are in the know and can plan accordingly. All right. Okay, this is basically an overview of my presentation for today. I will be talking about the corporate governance, an overview of the MSD functions, career development, talent development, staff benefits, as well as staff performance. Okay, I have here almost close to 60 slides. So I don't know how I'm going to finish it within this 1 hour session, because we were hoping to have a more interactive session this morning, because I'm sure many of you have got lots of questions for us in MSD. So we want to give that opportunity this morning. However, we still need to go through some important slides because you need to know some of the policies governing your promotion, your performance in the university. Okay, so I'll try my best to do this as effective as possible. Okay, just an overview of the corporate governance. So in the university structure, the organizational structure of the university, we are here, okay, MSD, Management Services Division, under the Executive Director. So under the Executive Director of MSD, there are 3 offices. One is MSD, Health Center, or now it's known as IIUM Sejahtera Clinic, is under the management of Executive Director of MSD, and then OSEM, our Office of Security Management. Okay, so these are the 3 offices under the purview of the Executive Director of MSD. Okay, so this is very important for all of you to know. The governing authority with regards to academic development, academic enhancement, we have this committee. Yeah. So in relation to academic, we have the staff. The staff service committee actually oversees the entire HR policies of the university, be it academic as well as the administrative and technical staff. So all the policies will be deliberated and approved by this committee, which is chaired by our honorable rector, and we also have the representative of the Board of Governors sitting in this committee. Okay, very important committee. And then next we have the Academic Staff Selection Committee. I'm sure all of you here are very familiar with this committee because this is the committee that select all of you lucky people here today. Okay. So we have also the interview panel for promotion of academic staff. This is the EPAS, in short, we call it. Okay, this is where we will be seeing all of you here later in your academic journey when you apply for your associate professor, when you apply for your professorship. This is the committee that will interview all of you, okay, after you have gone through the due process confirmation. And lastly, we have the Scholarship and Study Leave Committee. Okay, this is the committee that oversees matters related to staff going for their postgraduate studies, master's or PhD, and also for the medical doctors, medical lecturers, the subspecialty training, yeah, postdoctoral, sabbatical. So this is the committee. All right. So I'll be talking to you on these areas so that you can plan your academic journey in the university. Okay, before that. Okay, so this a little bit about the MSD structure. Okay, we now have the ED, Executive Director. We have 2 directors now. Okay, and there are 4 sections, 4 main sections in MSD. We have the HR management, which is under my purview. So under HR management, we do recruitment, we do promotion, we take care of staff welfare and benefits, and confirmation in service. And under talent development, okay, this one, the committee just now, the SSLC, they are the secretariat for that committee that oversees things like sabbatical leave, postdoctoral leave, and study leave. Yeah? And corporate services, okay, because we also are the secretariat to the Board of Governors. Okay, I think everyone is familiar. The Board of Governors is the highest authority in the university, which is the chairman is the president of IIUM. So MSD under this corporate services, we are the secretariat of the Board of Governors. Okay, and lastly, the organizational development and management. Okay, this is a section that oversees things like HR planning, budget, all our salaries that we need to request from the government on a yearly basis, yeah, so that we get paid. So this is the section that prepares all the documentations to the ministry, the MOF, Ministry of Finance, as well as the Public Service Department, not only for the money, but also for all our posts, yeah, posts in the university. Okay, and then we have the HR data record management, all the information or data with regards to the staff in the university is managed under this section. And then we have our IT system, the HURIS. I'm sure everyone is familiar that we're using now, the HURIS system, and many other things. Yeah. So this is, in short, what we do in MSP. Okay, planning, hiring, retaining talents, developing talents, and also monitoring staff performance as well as managing staff welfare. Okay. Any questions so far? Or I'll just go on. Okay. So now we go to the career development. Okay, I think this is the topic that I guess many of you would be excited to know. Okay, when we talk about career development, okay. Okay. Because this time I said that I have like so many slides, right? But we try to put it like in one slide for all of you to see your academic journey, or we call it career development support system. Okay. Why we refer to this as support system? Because at MSP, we are here to support you, to facilitate your academic journey. Okay, we're not here to approve anyone's promotion because that's not our authority. We have the relevant authority just now that I introduced to you. Those are the committee that decides on your promotion. But we are here to facilitate your career development in terms of applying for the promotion, applying for the postdoctoral leave or sabbatical leave and whatnot. Okay, so looking at this slide here, at the very top, here, we are trying to show to you that is what you should be planning towards. Okay, from the date you join the university, maybe as an assistant professor, grade 51, or maybe as an associate professor, this would be your career path. Okay, because one would say for academic staff, like many of you here, the sky is the ceiling. The ceiling is, you can go all the way, So in the government, because we are following the government scheme of service, the government, in Malay we call it scheme perkhidmatan. That's according to the grades, the positions. So for a university lecturer, the grade starts from 45. Okay, and it can go all the way up to grade VK5. Okay, just to give you a comparison, for us, like myself, in the professional and management group, our grade starts from 41, and the highest I can go in the scheme of service is 54. Because to go to JUSASI or BU7 for the administrative staff is another ballgame, because we don't have that many positions. Okay, so in the case of academics, we don't need to have that position. It's there for you. It's already there for you, because your when we get your post or budget from the ministry, it starts from 45 all the way to VK5. So it's for you to plan where you want to be in 3 years' time, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time. And Madam Fazita gave a very good example just now about our very own director academic, Prof. Haris. Okay, he always tells us that for an academic, the academic journey will be 5 years, 5 years, 5 years. Academic shouldn't be staying in one grade longer than 5 years. So if you join as an assistant professor, you should be planning towards your associate professor, maybe in 1 to 3 years or 1 to 5 years. Okay, why 1 year? At least 1 year, because one of the criteria for promotion is that you need to graduate at least one master student. So of course you need some time, right? To supervise and to get your student graduated. Okay, and then for associate professor, maybe around 4 to 5 years. 4 to 5 years on associate, you can go to BK7. So that all depends on you. Okay, so we are here to support you in this academic journey of yours by sharing with you what are the things that you need to be mindful of, yeah, in planning for your academic journey. Okay, first thing is this. Anyone familiar what APAR stands for? APAR, yeah, I know that APAR. Huh? Anyone? Okay, it's a mouthful again. Annual performance appraisal report. Okay. So in short, APAR. Okay. So why do we put here in capital? Because it's very important. This is the system that captures all your achievement in the university. Okay. And the other one here is the IIUM CV. So we have a system whereby you can put in all the information on your publications, and it goes here. It goes to your APAR, it goes to your CV. And these two documents, especially the CV, is used as supporting documents or evidence for your promotion. Okay, so APAR, CV. Please remember that, right? And then we have this, the data source, which we think is also very important because we need to understand that we have various systems in the university. Okay, so we have your research managed by our Research Management Center, and all information regarding your research is captured in the RMS, the Research Management System. Okay, so the details will go here. APAR and also CV, it will be captured. Okay, so maybe many of you here have already had your research grants or research projects. So if you go to your CV, you can see your research from what year to what year, the sponsorship, what type of grant, it can be FRGS, you know, so things like that. All this information is from here, goes here. Okay. And then you have under MSD, the HURIS system. If I'm sure many of you are familiar with the HURIS system, which stores all the personal information about you, yeah, your academic qualification, your family information, and things like that, right? And then we have also my repo. Okay, this one is actually records of your MIRA. Yeah, your MIRA. All the publications, the research and whatnot. And then we have here Ahmad, the custodian of teaching workload. I think for this one, as academics, you need not do anything because normally in the kuliah it's the HODs that oversees this because it's already in the system. But again, the teaching workload is going to be reflected also in your CV. Yeah, the courses you taught, the courses you taught over the years and whatnot. So it will be directed to the CV. Okay, and then, okay, this one, IRAP. Are you all familiar with IRAP? Yes. Are you familiar with IRAP? Okay, so this is where all your publications are being stored or saved. Yeah, and this information also goes to your CV. Right? And then lastly, we have now lots of projects, going on, the flagship projects. Yeah, we have our Office of Corporate Strategy overseeing with the Sejahtera Center and whatnot. So all this information are also crucial because it also contributes to your to the promotion criteria. Okay, so I think this one, the system is still under development, but at the moment they are capturing all the activities of the flagships under OC. Yeah? Okay, so now we are familiar with the data source for the CV, for the APAR, and what we have here, the 6 items here: teaching and supervision, research, publication, book writing, leadership, impactful contribution, professional practice, and services. These are the criteria for promotion. Okay, so can you see how it connects with each other? Okay, you are doing all this. These are the system that captures what you are doing, your achievements. It goes here, and then when you apply for promotion, voila, everything is there, So, okay, all right. The triangle here on talent development, these are actually along the way, throughout your service in the university. You can also plan for this while planning for your promotion. You can also plan for this. Okay, you may want those who have just gotten their PhD would want to go for postdoctoral, and then those who have been working for quite some time in the university who wants to take a break to do some academic writings and whatnot and do sabbatical. And we have research leave for the contract staff. We also have industrial attachment, for maybe our lecturers in the Kuliah of Engineering wanting to go to the industry to learn new things in the industry and to bring back to the students on campus and things like that. And we have secondment, staff mobility, and many more. Okay, so for academic related training, just to be clear, that when we talk about talent development, there are 2 main offices that are responsible for this, for academic. Yeah? Okay, the ones that I highlighted here in black, these are all under MSD. Okay, but on other academic related training, like for instance, type is one of it, and I think most of you also are doing BTMC, the basic teaching methodology course. Okay, that one is under the purview of CPD. All right. So I think habis dekat ni. Actually, that is an overview of what we want to impart to you today. Yeah, with regards to the career development support system. But okay, since I have still many more slides, we'll go to the next slide. Okay, any questions?
It's not under my prediction. But then at that time when I want to generate my CV is blank. It's like I don't have any publication. How to, in terms of promotion, it will only count under IAM or also I can bring from the previous.
Can you hear what? Dini. Can you hear Dr. Dini's question? Okay, so whether or not your academic achievements or works prior to joining IIUM, it can be considered for the purpose of promotion in IIUM. Okay, so that's a very good question. At the moment, because when we talk about promotion, is your career development in the university, in IIUM. So the committee is only looking into your achievements while you are in the university. But we have received feedbacks, along the way when we were doing the promotion interviews, that academics wanted the university to also consider their academic achievements before joining the university, but has not been considered for any promotion exercise in their previous university. You get what I mean? Okay, so maybe you're an assistant professor in your previous university, but you have done lots of supervision as well as research and writings, and you have not, those achievements have not been considered for any promotion exercise before in your previous university. So on that basis, we have been requested, the MSD has been requested by the university to study, okay, on also the practices of other universities, maybe how we can try to accommodate that. But at the moment, it is only contributions while you are in the university. Okay. All right. So talking about promotion, these are the various types of promotion. Okay, I forgot to acknowledge that in this hall today, we have participants not only from the scheme of university lecturer. When I'm referring to university lecturer, it's actually those in the DS scheme, yeah, DS, DU, medical lecturer, DU, dental lecturer is DUG, pharmacy lecturer is DUF. We also have academics from the matriculation, our CFS, Center for Foundation Studies, as well as SALPAC. Okay, so for this category of academics, they are under the DG scheme. So the promotion is kind of different. So we have tried to summarize it in this table here. To show the various types of promotion that we have for the various scheme of service. Yeah. So maybe you can relate that to your respective scheme. Okay. So for instance, we have time-based promotion. Not everyone. So for time-based promotion, the DS lecturer, there's no time-based promotion. Okay. Time-based is only available for the medical lecturer, the dental lecturer, the pharmacy lecturer. Okay, maybe you'll be wondering why is that so? Okay, so the university, although we are an international Islamic university in Malaysia, but we are still following, because we are fully funded by the government, right? Our budget, everything comes from the government. So we are still following the scheme of service of the government. So any circulars from circulars means policies that the government passes, yeah, we would normally bring to our staff service committee, the committee that decides on policies in the university, to be adopted. Because if we don't do that, we'll be losing to other public universities, because they are government universities and they have all these promotion tracks of time-based. So if we don't adopt the same, then our medical lecturers will be going to other public universities. Okay, so these are actually the time-based are actually coming from the policies basically adopted from the government policies, right? And then we also have time-based for our DG scheme, our SALPAC and matriculation teachers and lecturers. All right. For merit-based promotion, we have for all. Okay. So like for instance, 1 to 4, the DS, the DU, DUG, DUF. As I said just now, we have all the way to, for merit-based, we have all the way up to DK7. For SALPAC and matriculation lecturer and teacher, only up to grade 54, like the professional and management group. So they don't have DK7. Okay? They don't have in the university. Maybe because it's quite technical for me to explain, because all the positions comes from the public service department in the ministry. Yeah, So if we are not approved with that post, then we cannot do the promotion exercise. But for academics year, we have been approved all the way up to VK5. So at any time, if the person is eligible, they can apply, and if it's approved, they can be promoted, right? So emplacement is another category. Because why? Under the scheme of service, as I said just now, for university lecturer, it's all the way up to 54. And then for VK7, all the way up to VK5, that one is considered as, in Malay, is called JUSA. So the scheme is what is it in English? JUSA, top ranking, I think, something like that. Yeah, top ranking. So it starts from grade VK7, ends with VK5. VK4, ends with VK4. But we don't have VK4. We only have up to VK5. So since it is in the same scheme, once you get promoted to VK7, going to VK5, VK6 and VK5, we call it emplacement. Because you're still a professor, but you are applying for emplacement to a higher grade, which is either VK6 or VK5. Okay. Okay, so for SALPED, we don't have emplacement. Okay, because the promotion is only up to grade 54. All right. Okay, all right, hands.
How about if they say the lecturer is running VK7, time is without a title of professor, then what apply for professorship? Negatif bersama.
Very good question, Dr. Shah. Okay, Dr. Shah from Kuala of Medicine, right? Yes. Oh, okay. So you're not a medical lecturer. All right.
I'm asking the question for my friend.
Okay. All right. You're a very good friend. Okay, I think it's a very good question for all of us to maybe familiarize ourselves with this information. All right. When we talk about merit-based promotion just now, okay, what Dr. Shah was saying just now, in the case of, this can only happen in the case of medical lecturer, dental lecturer, and pharmacy lecturer, because they have time-based. Okay, time-based promotion, they can be promoted according to the duration of their service on that grade. So for instance, if the person is on grade 54, okay, 54, DU 54, after several years, they can be considered for time-based promotion to VK7. I don't want to use the term automatic. It's not automatic. They still have to fulfill certain criteria, but they don't have to undergo any interview session with the committee, the interview panel for promotion. No, their promotion is being done or being processed at MST administratively, which means that we will look at all the fulfillment of all the promotion criteria for time-based, and based on the recommendation of the dean, the heads of department, we will process it administratively. So they will get their time-based promotion as once they have fulfilled the year of service required for that promotion, time-based promotion to VK7. Okay. However, now we come to the important part that Dr. Shah highlighted. However, for time-based, the promotion is only based on grade, not title. They don't carry the title professor. Okay. Because professor title is associated with the academic or scholarly recognition. Okay, the time base is only recognizing your years of service, and you have fulfilled certain criteria, and therefore you can be promoted to VK7. But it doesn't come with the title professor. Therefore, to answer Dr. Shah's question, your friend who is now VK7 without the title, because he or she has been promoted on time base, would need to apply for merit-based promotion that carries the title professor. Okay, so I guess all of you academics may know better, when you carry the title professor, it carries certain prestige, right? When you go to conferences and whatnot. And it's not a title that you can use loosely because it comes with your academic merit, which is the merit-based promotion. Okay, so Dr. Shah. Okay. I got 50 more slides. Okay.
So the rector is Durus 3 or BK5 BK4
5. Okay.
So we need the highest ranking senior professor.
Actually, we don't have many BK5. I think we have like
BK4 is Professor Ulong.
BK4 is Professor Ulong. We used to have BK4 Professor Ulong. That was our Tan Sri Professor Kamal Hassan. So BK4, Professor Ulong BK4. Turus 3 tak pernah ada pun. Turus dia ada turus 1, 2, 3 kan? Turus 3 BK4. Kita tak pakai turus lah. So far kita tak ada turus. Tapi BK4 we had, but it was only given to Professor Kamal Hassan. That was another totally different exercise from here. That was done at the ministry level, the Professor Ulong. Yeah. So in our university, it's only up to BK5. We don't have that many. Less than 10. Less than 5. Right now, 5. Okay. All right. Doctor. Oh, that's a good question. Okay, as I said just now, the time-based promotion is actually an adoption of the government policies for schemes, the medical schemes, the dental scheme, and also the pharmacy scheme, because these are, how do I say it, Doctor? Kena tanya Tan Sri Ismail Barikan. But if we go into the details of the policies, in the background of the policies, they would explain that it is because of the criticality of the, the medical fraternity and whatnot. So that's why last time it used to be only DUG. It was later, maybe the pharmacy lecturer fought for it, so they got it. So maybe the DS may want to fight for it, I don't know. But just to answer your question, it's actually an adoption of the government policies. So it's nothing from, it's not being initiated by the university. Okay? Okay, so these are the core areas, 6 core areas of the promotion criteria. I think I'll not go into detail because it's very, it's a lot. You can read it because it's all on our website. Yeah, but just to briefly emphasize here that these are the 6 core areas. Maybe I can go straight to okay, the performance criteria. You have the 6 core areas that you need to fulfill no matter what. If you are planning to apply for associate professor or even professor. Okay, so as a guideline, because if you read the promotion criteria, as a guideline, the university also provided some expected achievement to guide you, yeah, in terms of maybe the numbers, to get yourself ready to apply for promotion. So these are some of the expected achievement. Okay, the university has provided it in this form, whereby if you are applying for associate professor, some of the indicators, the important indicators that the university has extracted from the 6 core areas just now. Because actually under each core areas, there's a lot of indicators, more than 10, in fact, more than 20. But to help you to plan, yeah, so the university decided to at least take the most significant indicator Okay, like for instance, on research. Okay, the indicator is completed research grant as principal investigator. There are other things under the core area of research, the number of research, the amount of grant, many other things. But one indicator that you can get yourself ready is this. Okay, so we have divided into two, social science and the SNT. Social science are kuliahs like AHAS, ICOL, economics. Yeah. So for associate professor, if those of you who are now assistant professor wanting to apply for associate professor, you need to have at least here completed 5,000 research project SEI and a cumulative of 20K including ongoing research. So overall, you need to have at least an accumulation of 20,000 research. And out of the 25 research project worth of 5,000 must be completed. Okay. All right. And then we have the SNT a little higher. Okay. So publications, the university is looking at publication as main author or corresponding author. So you may have many publications, but you are not the main author or you are not the corresponding author. So you have to work towards being the main author or the corresponding author if you are planning to apply for promotion. Okay. So for social science, to AP, to associate professor, to index, to non-index, with at least 2 papers as main or corresponding. You can have many. You can have more than 2. But for purpose of promotion, you need to have at least 2 index and 2 non-index as main or corresponding. Okay. And then completed student supervision, as I mentioned earlier, for associate professor, you need to graduate at least 1 master student. Same goes to SMT. Okay, here, the university under the new promotion criteria has included this for Department of Kuliah with no postgraduate program. So there's an equivalency. This is again to facilitate those kuliah or departments who may not have postgraduate students or not many postgraduate students. Okay, so we have in like AHAS, the fundamental studies department, fundamental and interdisciplinary studies department. Normally this department they don't have PG students or they don't have many PG students. So there's an equivalency here. All right. Academic book published, not applicable for associate professor. International recognition, not applicable. Lastly is the impactful community engagement or service, at least 1 contribution and to be verified by kuliah. Okay, so there you go, the criteria for promotion for associate professor. Okay. And then we have for Professor VK7, still the same indicators, but of course the numbers are much higher than those going for associate professor. I'm not going to read this, but I'm just going to highlight here because this now for AP, we don't have this. So for VK7, academic book published, 1 book as main or co-author, and then international recognition, invited as keynote or plenary speaker or member of any international project team, or maybe appointed as adjunct professor. Okay, so these are 2 expected achievement for Professor VK7 that were not required for those going for promotion to associate professor. All right. Maybe I just go through quickly the promotion process. Of course, you have to apply, right? You have to apply to the kuliah. The kuliah will have a kuliah promotion committee that will go through your application first before sending it to MSP, the secretariat. Okay, we are the secretariat for the IPAS. All right, and then once your application comes to us, right? We will bring it to of course, we will check the completeness of the documents. As in fact, we'll check against the promotion criteria, right? Because there are some cases where it comes to us from the kuliah, but the criteria are not fulfilled. In this instance, we will still bring it to the committee because it's not the secretariat's authority to reject any application. What we put here as incomplete is just the documentation. Maybe you declared having certain committee engagement activities, but there's no letter, no document to verify that. So that is what we meant by that, by this. But we don't have, as secretariat, we don't have the authority to reject at the first instance if, even though we find that, oh, you did not fulfill the criteria. Okay, we don't have that authority. So we will still bring to pre-IPAS. Okay, this is the first level. This pre-IPAS is chaired by the Deputy Director, Professor Faris, and we have the senior professors, members of this committee, to go through your application. Okay, to go through your applications, to not only see against the promotion criteria, but also basically to see whether you have fulfilled all the criteria. But there are instances where maybe in some areas the staff is lacking, but it may be compensated with certain items, like maybe you have lots of research, SPI and completed, but in terms of publication, you may be lacking there. So only in exceptional cases, it must be really like overwhelming. But otherwise, they will go strictly by the promotion criteria, especially on the graduate student. Yeah, because we believe that the committee, because we'll be sitting in the committee for many, many years, that to be an associate professor, you have to have the experience of supervising students. So you have gone through that journey of supervising and graduating students. So that's why at least one master students for AP, and for professor, of course, PhD. Okay, you have to experience the journey of supervising a PhD student to become a professor, right? Not just supervising, graduating them. Yes, please. Your name, please. Dr. Zeti, from Kulia? Dentistry.
I would like to ask regarding the supervision. Is it compulsory for the graduating students as IAM student? For the supervision criteria, is it compulsory for the student that we supervise to be an IAM student, or it can be from other universities?
Okay, for that question, right? There were some cases that the students from other university but supervised by our academician. Okay, the policy is that as long as you can show that you are the principal supervisor of that student with the letter, then we can accept it. But it's just a call, then it goes back to the criteria, right? Okay.
Say about principal supervisor, as principal supervisor. What about field supervisor? Field supervisor.
Field
supervisor. Field supervisor.
Field supervisor, do you mean the supervisory committee?
I have my main supervisor, I have my co-supervisor, and I have my field supervisor.
Field supervisor. Is it a co-supervisor actually?
For example, my supervisor is UTP, Professor.
They serve as to other university as a supervisor. For example, he's a field supervisor from the USM, some student from USM. This is a field supervisor.
Field supervisor.
If let's say the situation where we cannot make the decision because it's out of the criteria, but what we will do is that we will get the contribution. What is the contribution to that supervision? If it's a very significant and outstanding, then we can see that we can deliberate during the meeting. We'll bring all the documentation. We show that your contribution in the field supervising is equivalent to the main as a main supervisor. We can try to do that as well.
All right, I think we have 5 minutes left. Secretariat. Ada waktu kecederaan. Okay, because Madam Naimah will be coming down, right? Okay, so I have to give way to Madam Naimah. Okay, so basically this is the process. And then after it has gone through pre-pass, basically you have met the at least the minimum criteria for the promotion. Then we will send your all your achievements, your application to the external assessors. Okay, so external assessors normally for associate professor we have two local assessors, 1 international. For professor we have 5, 3 international and 3 local and 2 international. Right? So they will come back with their basically recommendation or assessment of your academic works and achievement. And then we will call for an interview with IPAS. This one is chaired by the rector. Okay. And if you are successful in the promotion exercise, the decision, the recommendation of this interview panel will need to be submitted for associate professor to the actually for both associate and professor will be submitted to the staff service committee that will seek to approve the recommendation on your promotion, right? However, for Professor VK7, it goes all the way to Board of Governors. So maybe if you have colleagues applying for professor and you're applying for associate professor, if you are successful, you may get your decision first. You may get the promotion, the decision on your promotion first before your friend who is applying for professor, because his decision of promotion will have to be endorsed by the Board of Governors first before we can issue out the promotion letter. Okay. All right, I think this is just for your notification on the composition or membership of the committees that I just mentioned just now. We have the pre-IPAS, we have the IPAS, and we have the staff service committee here. The OG representative, 2 representative of the Senate, and then we have the Board of Governors. Okay, so if you're looking forward for the interview, these are the members. We have the rector, the deputy rector, executive director MSD, 2 deans from Kuliah representing Gombak. These we have like these are permanent members. All right. Okay, just a little bit. We need to touch a little bit on the promotion for the DG scheme, because there are some coming from DG scheme. Okay, so for DG scheme, as I shared just now, we have not only merit-based promotion, but also time-based promotion. Okay, so for merit-based, at the level of the CFS or SALPED, they have this interview panel meeting for promotion of DG scheme. And then once the candidate has gone through this and successful, it will be submitted to MSD, and we will convene another meeting chaired by the deputy director. Okay, so for time-based, it is also managed at the center level. They have the Center for Promotion Committee. So good news to all the DG scheme lecturers and teachers. The university has just approved the new promotion criteria for the DG scheme. and giving another level of grade, which is now the promotion is now up to grade 54. Last time it was only up to grade 52. Okay, so for both, for time merit based as well as time based. Okay, so for time based, this is for the DG scheme. 41 to 44, at least 8 years of service. You can go to 48 after 8 years on 44, 48 to 52 after 6 years on grade 48, and promotion to 54 after 3 years on grade 52. Okay? But of course, there are other criteria that comes with it, right? Okay, so these are some of the criteria for promotion for the DG scheme. Still, we have on teaching, publication, conference, research and consultancy, leadership and administration. All right, talent development. So these are some of, remember the triangle that we showed earlier. So these are some of the policies or some of the opportunities available, made available to all academics. Okay, maybe depending on whether you are appointed as a contract or a permanent staff. But you have these opportunities that you can grab during your journey here in IIUM. Okay, so we have study leave, we have for DS, DU, DUT, DUT scheme. Okay, let me go back. I'm quite nervous now because I saw Madam Naimah at the back. She's getting ready for her session. Okay, we have 7 items here, but just to be give an overview for permanent staff. Yeah, you are eligible for study leave for all 7. Okay, for contract staff, you have research leave and you have staff mobility. Okay, for contract staff. All right. So for study leave, I think all of you here all with PhD, right? So you may not want to go for another PhD. So normally for study leave, it's more applicable to our medical lecturers. They may want to go for their subspecialty. Yeah, so it will be covered under the policy of study leave. Okay, but we have here, we have put the policy here just in case there are up to those last time we used to have tied with those who are still having master and they need to go for PhD. So this is what the policy that is available to them. Okay, for DG scheme, don't worry, we also have study leave for DG scheme. Okay, so these are the criteria only for permanent staff and they must be confirmed in service. So it's very important that you attend this TIDE and BTMC because these are one of the criteria for confirmation in service. Okay, right? So these are the criteria. Oh, all right. But for DG scheme, there is a number, a limited number. Yeah. At any one time, only 6 staff can go for study leave because this one, yeah, only 6 staff because that's the current policy, right? Okay, and then we have, we have postdoctoral leave. For those of you who has just got back from your PhD, you can go, you can apply and do your postdoctoral leave within 1 to 3 years after conferment of your PhD. So if it's beyond 3 years, you are no longer eligible for postdoc. So you have to plan now if you plan to go for postdoctoral. Okay, for those who join us from outside, who has already who joined us as assistant professor, so obviously you have a PhD. You are also eligible to apply for postdoctoral. Okay, so there are these criteria. Next. Okay, so postdoctoral leave is only for a maximum of 2 years. Yeah, at least 1 year up to a maximum of 2 years. So if you go for 1 year and suddenly you want to extend, the total duration cannot exceed 2 years. So the maximum is 2 years. Okay. Next. Okay, sabbatical leave. Okay, sabbatical leave is also for permanent staff, confirmed staff. So this one, you must have completed at least 3 years or 5 years of service upon obtaining PhD. Why 3 or 5? Because the difference in the duration of sabbatical leave that you are eligible for. If you have completed 3 years of service, then you are eligible for 6 months. If you have completed 5 years of service, then you can apply for 10 months sabbatical. So with all this information, you need to plan because you have postdoctoral, you have sabbatical. So when are you going to apply for all this throughout your journey in IIM? No, postdoctoral is just now I said 1 to 3 years. 1 to 3 years. You can apply. You can apply for within 1 to 3 years upon obtaining PhD. You can apply to do your postdoctoral. Tak boleh dah. Then you have sabbatical lah. Yeah. All right. Number 4. Research leave. Okay, research leave for all, for both permanent and contract staff. So normally, academics, you know, they will go for this because the criteria is very it only requires service of more than 1 year. Yeah, so 1 year and a half, you are already eligible to apply for this leave. All right. Okay, research leave, maximum 3 months only. Research leave. So if you need to complete the final part of your research and whatnot, you need some time off. So you apply for this research leave. Okay. Industrial attachment. Okay, industrial attachment. We do have applications normally from Kuliah of Engineering. They want to go for industrial attachment because it's a requirement for their professional qualification. So this is made available to academics in that area. Next, staff mobility. Okay, staff mobility. This is for both permanent as well as contract staff. Okay, but just so a note there, for contract staff may be considered on case-by-case basis, but the mobility program at home country is not encouraged. So the university wants you to go other places, yeah, because staff mobility is basically a purpose, must be in the staff's area of specialization and serve at least 5 years. Okay, we have programs on staff mobility with Turkey. You know, the MEF-LANA program. So these are open, but you need to apply. Okay, so that's under staff mobility. And then the duration is 1 week to a maximum of 3 months. So the scope of the visit during your staff mobility would be maybe discussions on your research project, development of case studies, and things like that. More of networking with your colleagues in other universities. All right. Next. Secondment. Okay, secondment. This is normally upon the request of some outside external agencies wanting to get our academic experts to come to their organization to assist them with certain things, you know. So maybe they have a post for them like director of ACAP, you know. So if the invitation comes to that staff, then the university can consider for our academic staff to be approved for secondment. At the moment, we have our associate professor, Dr. Azila, she's on secondment. She's the deputy director of ACAP now. But it has to come from the organization, not from the staff applying for that position. Okay, next. Okay, so we're done with the talent development, and then I think on the staff benefits is basically the types of leave that you are available to apply. So I think this is some of the things. It's all in the staff handbook. You can have a read at it, and if there are questions, we are always here to answer. But this is important because it's regarding the retirement benefits, okay, for the permanent staff. Okay, for permanent staff, who are confirmed in service, that's why confirmation is very important because it goes to your eligibility for the retirement benefits. Those who are not confirmed will not be entitled for retirement benefits. Yeah? So retirement, we have here the RBF, the Retirement Benefit Fund, the new Retirement Benefit Fund, Golden Handshake, Service Gratuity, and Medical Treatment. Okay, why do we have these two columns here? Here, if you decided to retire early, okay, like myself, I've chosen my compulsory retirement age is 60, right? So that's my compulsory retirement age. But if I choose to retire next year at 53, then I will be eligible for all these benefits. Okay, because I have served more than 10 years. I'm confirmed in service. I'm a permanent staff confirmed in service, so I'm eligible for here. But in the case of Sister Lily, she's still young. Her compulsory retirement is 60, but she wants to go for optional retirement at the age of 45. So she's here. Okay, so she can go because she has served more than 10 years, but she will not be entitled for service gratuity and for the medical treatment. So that's the difference. And you need to know this because, well, of course, we hope that you stay with us until your retirement age. But in case, you know, you have to leave us, so you need to be aware of this, okay, what you are entitled for. All right. Medical benefits. Okay, staff performance, just a little bit that I want to touch on the APAR. I think I've already touched earlier in the slides. So just to further emphasize that it's very important for you to ensure that your APAR are in order, you know, check so that all the whatever like Dr. just now mentioned that your publications, you have put it in the IRAP, but it's not reflected. So these are the things that you need to watch out for, because otherwise it's going to be very tiring for you because you have put all the effort, but it's not reflected in the system. So from time to time, do check. Okay, so when your APAR, when the season APAR comes, also check if you have entered certain information and it's not reflected. So go back to the source of data, just now the officers that are in charge of that data. Like for instance, I read you have to go to the library to check the library. Okay, next. Okay, so the importance of APAR, why is it so important? Of course, your annual salary increment, we look at your APAR. Your confirmation in service, of course, promotion, of course, for the contract staff, the renewal of contract. Okay, no APAR, it will be difficult for us to process. So we will normally inform the kuliah, please get the staff to complete APAR. If not, we cannot bring the case for renewal. Things like that. And then application for new position and selection of quality award recipient. Okay, next. All right, I think I'll skip this one. Okay, exit policy, last but not least. All right, I guess for academics, you don't have much problem on absence without leave, but we do have from time to time very isolated cases of academics, you know, not being in the kuliah and whatnot. But mostly this problem of our absent without leave is among the administrative and technical staff. But still, we have to mention this here because this policy governs across schemes, across academics as well as administrative and technical. And then we have the policy of poor performance, APAR below 60. Okay, for this, for academics, for APAR, we are still working, the university is still working on the assessment mechanism. So we don't have the scoring yet. But for admin, yeah, anyone scoring below 60, they will undergo the performance improvement plan. And if still, you know, it is, they could not improve their performance, then due process will follow. That will also include having to be exited. You know? All right, medical incapacity, MC for more than 15 days in a calendar year is within the approval of your HODs. But if it's above 50, it has to come to MSD because we need to do some verification on that, right? Okay, and then if MC more than 90 days, actually 90 days that we refer to the medical board, that is due process to be followed. Because it's not easy to refer staff to medical board. There is a very strict policy that we need to follow, and only then the university can refer the matter to the medical board. So this information are all in the staff handbook if you want to have a further read on it. All right. So I think that's all. Madam Naima is already here. I've taken a lot of the time already, 15 minutes. Sorry, madam. So if you have any questions, we can be contacted at this email. My email is in the staff directory in the website, Sister Nili's email. We are here for you. So if anything, do contact us. Okay, so with that, thank you very much for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So thank you very much, Madam Najihah and Madam Asmili. I think we have quite a lot of questions just now, but I'm not sure whether that's enough. I hope it is not enough. So please direct more questions to Madam Najihah and Madam Asmili. So alhamdulillah, with us today we have Madam Naimah. She is the Executive Director for Finance. Okay, so again, now when it comes to money, then she's the lady. Okay, so please ask questions. And do you have any? You want to go through the slides? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to all. Do you guys need a 5 minutes toilet break? Yeah, please do. Please go ahead. I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. Thanks. Okay, boleh lah eh. My time was taken by 25 minutes, Prof. Mira. So is it okay if you all have your late lunch today? Sure. No worries. I will try to be as quick as I can. And perhaps you all may want to have some questions later on. Prof. Mira, can they ask questions along the way or you, yeah, along the way, yeah? Okay. So Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, my name is Naima. Yeah, I'm currently heading the finance division for the university. Okay, and I think today's session is pretty much about giving you an overview of what the financial governance overall. Yeah, and I was told majority of you are existing staff and just joined the university. How many of less than 1 year, if I may know your hands? Less than a year? 1 to 2 years? More than 3 years? Anyone? More than 3 years? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. How long is that? Well, more than 3 years. More than 5? Oh, ada. Oh, maknanya ada juga yang staff lama lah already. So quite familiar with the processes, yeah? Okay, I think let's just go through very quickly on the overview of the presentation. Right, so what I want to give exposure today to all of you is basically on the overall governance structure of the university, a little bit, yeah, because you need to understand that, especially those maybe the senior ones who will be appointed as head of department or deputy deans later, or maybe any academic administrators they call it, yeah. So when you have two posts now, yeah, one is as your lecturer and the other one as administrator. All right. Financial governance is very important. You need to understand that, even though as academics, yeah, in your kuliah. Constitution, a little bit of the punca kuasa, yeah, the mandate given from our constitution, yeah. Our structure, the chart, I will not go through very detailed, and the overview of financial and purchasing policies, because these are the main ones that you all need to be familiar of, so that you will not be derailed from what is supposed to be. Yeah, we want to protect every one of you. Yeah, that's very important. And of course, other financial sustainability strategies that we are embarking on for the whole university, because I will discuss about that later. And lastly, perhaps actually the last point may be one of the important ones. So that these are basically the do's and don'ts, yeah, for all of you. So that kita tak nak baca policy, we don't want to bring you the policy and read the policy. But we want to give you a quick tips of how you can avoid any kind of anomalies or deviations from the policies of the university. Yeah. All right. Can you see clearly from the back? Is it all right? Okay. Of course, you need to understand. I'm not sure whether this has been tabled by the HR team. Has this been tabled? Okay. It's okay. So I don't want to repeat much, but I want to stress on the University Finance Committee here. Okay, you can see here. Okay, under finance, we have got various committees down here, right? So, and SASMED, do you know what SASMED is? Our teaching hospital in Kuantan, Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center. So basically, these are the committees under the finance division by jurisdiction. Yeah, all these are very important committees that decide on certain policies and processes of financial related matters. Yeah. So what I want to share is that every single process that the university does is governed by this structure. So I'm sure you have been informed that we are a company, we are established as a company, right? Company limited by guarantee of the government of Malaysia. But having said that, it doesn't mean that we are actually free to do anything that we want, right? There's a big disclaimer because in essence, in substance, we are basically just like other public universities. Nothing different. Why? Why do I say that? It's because every single dollar that we get to finance this building, to finance your kuliah and your salary is being paid by the government of Malaysia, right? 85% of the whole expenditure of the university, right? It's about 500 million, 600 million, is actually from the government of Malaysia. So by having the establishment as a company does not actually give you the leeway to do whatever that you want as a private company, right? So that's a big disclaimer. And the additional job for us at the university level is that you have to comply to all the ministry's requirements as well. On top of it, you have to conform to the Companies Act regulation. I'm sure some of you from law, right? So by having established as a company, you are subject to Companies Act. So you've got to follow your Companies Act requirement as well, right? So what I want to stress is that everything that we do under the university is actually under the big umbrella of governance, and the financial governance is governed by our University Finance Committee. And who actually sits inside University Finance Committee is very important. He is actually the Pegawai Pengawal from Ministry of Higher Education, our Ketua Setiausaha, yeah, Datuk Sri Abdul Razak lah for now, yeah. So that is where the link from the ministry side to our university. So basically, they are the Pegawai Pengawal for the public universities. And inside our procurement, perolehan dalam bahasa Melayu is perolehan. Tender related committees here, tender committee, 2 representatives from the ministry. One is from the Ministry of Finance, the other one is from the Ministry of Higher Education. So you can see that our processes and functions are being controlled by and there's involvement, direct involvement from the ministry, both Ministry of Higher Education and Ministry of Finance. So I want to correct whatever, well, some people come and tell me, oh, we are a company. Why can't we act like a company? To a certain extent, yes, we are a company, but everything is financed by the ministry. There are certain things that we have to follow the ministry stakeholders' requirements, and we can do certain things that a company allows us to do, but with some what do you call that, limitations or compliance to certain rules, yeah? Okay. All right. Okay, this is the financial governance in terms of what we have, yeah, in terms of the university constitution. You can see here, yeah, and we've got financial policies. I hope when you go to your kuliah, right, if you are appointed as administrators or even when you are involved with students' activities, yeah, student programs, you may want to actually browse in our website for financial policies related to student programs. How do you want to do a student program, for example? You have to put up a proposal, you must have a budget estimate, your source of income coming from where, and what kind of surplus or deficit that you're expecting. You need a sponsorship. So these kind of things you need to be familiar with, yeah? Because I've seen in my tenure here since I joined the university like 12 years ago, I came from a different setup, a private company, a corporate world. When I came here, I can see some of the processes are very loose, you know, in the sense that there's no proper budget, there's no proper proposal, yeah, those years. But now they have improved so much. But still, currently, I still see some of the papers being put out by student programs advisors, sometimes there are lecturers and all that, without any proper budget estimate. And then upon completion of your program, you have to do a financial report, right? Those who have been here for more than 2 years, you should be familiar with that. Sometimes the financial report is not there. So actually, let's say you budgeted for 100,000 expenditure, 100,000 total expenditure or program budget, 100,000, but your total actual expenditure is 120,000. So how are you going to get the 20,000 deficit? How are you going to finance that? Right? So these are the things sometimes are not in. When we do programs, yeah, project management, it's sometimes very loose in that sense. You know, you just want to do projects. Yeah, for student program, you want to do everything in a year. But in terms of managing the finances, sometimes it's not very intact. Yeah, so I need you all to focus on that. Go through and speak to our finance rep. In our finance structure, right, we have got zone officers in various for managing the faculties, right? So you can speak to our reps, our finance reps, and they will guide you how to do it, right? So sometimes you're not familiar, you ask our people, and we are very willing to actually help you. Yeah. Purchasing policy adopted governments. Yeah, whatever government circulars policies, we will most like 100% I can say we adopt, because we cannot run away from the governance imposed by our stakeholders. Yeah. Accounting standards. Again, we are a company, and yesterday, Alhamdulillah, in our AGM meeting, in our special board of governance meeting on the 2nd of June, this year we are audited by our big 4 company, KPMG, right? Alhamdulillah, we get a clean report for 2021 financial year. But what I can tell you, a shift from when I took over, a shift from a medium-sized audit firm to a big 4 is a huge gap in terms of expectations. Any one of you from Department of Accounting or Economics? Kuliah? Economics? Ada? Ada. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. So the accounting standards that we have to follow, right, and conform to with the big 4 is seriously a huge gap. Okay, but Alhamdulillah, we get an unqualified report for financial year statement 2021. Alhamdulillah. But the standards requirements is very, very huge of a difference. Yeah. So in my KPI, I have to ensure every year you have to have unqualified report. Yeah, it's very, very important because you are dealing with overall with development division funds, with teaching hospital funds. We are talking about 1 billion overall, the university's exposure. Yeah, financial exposure. Yeah, that's huge. And also, yeah, I've mentioned about Requirement of Companies Act, yeah, and we are a public company, public interest entity, yeah, because we are guaranteed by, Government of Malaysia. Therefore, we have got the public accountability responsibility, yeah. Asset management also is very important, right? Purchasing is one of the critical areas that you all need to be aware of. I will brief you through some of the concerns that we have. Yeah. Any questions so far? I know it's about lunchtime. Everybody is having, your stomach is growling. You smell some curry at the back. You can hear the utensils are being packed for your lunch. Bear with me for another maybe 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, this is the source of authority. Financial authority is basically coming from M&A and the Board of Governors, yeah, basically. And University Finance Committee is actually the one that governs every financial related matters that we have to report to this University Finance Committee to Datuk Sri KSU, Minister of Higher Education, every quarter. So it's a very stringent process of reporting. Okay, I don't want to go through all this structure, it's too small for you. But what I can tell you is very simple. We've got presence in every campus. In Kuantan, there's one dedicated finance department. In Pagoh, only 2 staff because they're relatively very small. In Gambang, we have got about 6 of them there. In Kuantan, quite a lot lah. In Kuantan, like similar, but the main functions is here. And in Eastech, have you all been to Kuala Lumpur campus? The beautiful building like Alhambra, Spain. Siapa yang tak pernah pergi, you can go and have a look at it. It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful. Eastech. Have you all been there? No. Oh, Prof. Mira, you should bring them to Eastech. Visit. You all can take photo there. It's like you are in overseas, you know. It's very, very nice. We actually, this is a promotion. We actually, to generate income, we actually rent out the hall there for weddings. So if you've been there, you can Google the website. The hall there is very beautiful. Yeah. So you can have your wedding or engagement, whatever sessions there. Who are not getting married yet, maybe you can actually plan. Okay, and you can generate, you bring income to the university. Yeah. Okay. These are all the structure. And under finance, actually, we have got 2 important departments as well, which is residential RSD, Residential Services Department, that oversees all the hostel, all the apartments that we rent out to outsiders. Yeah, that's under residential. And also we have got endowment fund that manages endowment fund, zakat, and also wakaf. Yeah, so that also is a very important arm of finance that produces scholarships to your students. Yeah. Oh, okay. These are some of the functions. Of course, we've got, these are common common issues. And normally you guys will be disturbing this payment unit for your claims, whatever. Right? You can call our payment unit. Where's my claim? You know, that kind of thing. And I think our claims is now financial online services. But I can tell you, I've received many complaints that this financial online services is like a duplication of one you have to put inside the system, the other one you have to put in the papers, right? So I'm sorting this out with our system vendor. Give us time to sort this out because now people are going for digital document. So we cannot be having 2 times submission. And when you submit online, tiba-tiba you have to submit another copy of hard paper. So when I came in, I told them, please revisit this. It's not necessary to have 2 times of submission. It's quite ridiculous now. Okay. Trust fund and trust fund, another one. When you are in the kuliah, right? Every kuliah has got a trust fund. What is a trust fund account? This is actually meant and open for the kuliah to manage your own programs. For example, you have your conference, you have your project, sometimes that bring in some money, not much, but some. But some kuliah are very rich. Some kuliah have got a lot. A lot inside that. So, but anyhow, they will always come and see me. Can you give us like this money and this money? You know, this has to be covered by central. I told them, no, we don't have any more money at the central office. You know, so but this was actually the main objective when we set up the trust fund. Every kuliah wants to do their own projects. When you do conference, right? Please make a conference that bring money to your kuliah. I see sometimes the conference project is only break even. Not even $5,000 extra that you can bring in the money to your kuliah. Please do conference that can actually bring some money back to the kuliah, right? Because sometimes the conference is very huge. Your papers, your material, your conference papers are all intellectual papers, right? Takkan you nak bagi free of charge or not even covering your cost. So you must know that's why bila you buat proposal, sorry, I'm using some Malays. I hope foreigners ada kan? Foreign. Yeah. Okay, please, if you don't understand, I will give full English lah. Okay, no problem. Sorry about that. So when you do your budget estimate, it's very important that you need to understand every single cost that you're going to incur for that program. Don't leave out, right? If you leave out certain cost elements, you're going to end up running a conference at deficit. That's a problem. So when there's a problem, this happened. When you don't have enough money, you're going to call me. Can you pay $50,000 to the vendor? Oh, why? Oh, because our conference is not bringing in money, deficit. So, very dangerous. We cannot not pay your vendors. They're going to sue us, they're going to viral everything, right? So sometimes these are the things that I need your help to understand. Whatever programs that you want to do, by all means do it. But please take care of the dollar signs. Very simple, basic. You don't have to be an accountant to do that, right? You just need to know what is your in, what is your out, right? And your in must be more than your out, right? Inflow and outflow, okay? Student scholarship unit, yeah, we have this is also a very important department, yeah, that manages your students. Sometimes your students come in with some problems. Post-pandemic, a lot of students having financial difficulties, right? We give financial assistance as well, and student unit will do to help, yeah. Wait. Okay, it's not functioning as I expected. Can somebody? Okay. This is an overview. I'm not going to go through. It's a quite thick document, both financial and purchasing policies, two separate documents altogether. Sorry. It's not responding very well. Okay, as an overview, what I want to tell you is that the high risk exposure based on our financial processes is PFI. PFI is basically private finance initiatives between private companies, corporate world, and the university. Under the university, we've got like 5 PFIs. If you are from Kuantan, if you notice the hostel in Kuantan, the tall building, I think how many stories is that? To accommodate 5,000 students is basically a PFI. Our teaching hospital is PFI. Our Kambang is PFI. Our Pago also is PFI, right? So we've got a few PFI projects, and this is under jurisdiction of myself as the finance director. Procurement process is one of the highest risks of all. If you are appointed to become the deans or deputy deans or directors in any cost centers of the university, you have to know about this policy because you'll be signing off procurement. Once you sign off, you cannot say, I don't know, I'm not aware. And I've seen these cases many times. Quite a number of cases whereby, oh, I have not been advised properly. But you are the one signed. You cannot say you don't know, So this policy, procurement, you have to know. Financial policy, student programs, your claims, whatever you have to know. But purchasing, once you are in the management role, you have to get the policy and read it. Right? And I think HR will be organizing, Prof. Mira, a different session of training session to all those academics who have been appointed as academic administrators to know the basic things about the policies, because actually the policies are meant to protect you. If you are given, the deans are given the power up to 20,000, you cannot sign anything more than that, right? So please don't sign. All right, and you are not authorized to sign agreements. So please don't sign agreements. You have to know what are the authorities given out to you, right? So that one, you have to know. You cannot say you don't know, or I'm not sure. Once you are in that position, you have to know, You have to find time to read the policies. That's your responsibility, So you cannot tell, oh, my administrator failed to advise me, right? It's your duty to understand the policy. Okay, sales, revenue, and credit management is also very important when you do your student programs, your conference. When you do a conference, you want to charge someone, you have to bill them, you have to invoice them. And the invoice document is actually how you're going to represent the amount that you charge them. Without an invoice, you cannot collect the money. So it's a waste of time. So be careful of that. Whatever you do, you must ask, you have to understand these basic things. Whenever you do programs, you must have a charge or fee, right? And how do you want to get the fee from your participants of conference? You must bill them. You must produce with a receipt, with an invoice, sorry. And then they pay you, you issue the receipt to them, right? So these processes are interrelated. From the sale, it goes to cash management. Cash management is how you collect the money from your customers, And asset management also is very critical. When you are the deans, the directors, or whatever, you have to know what's inside the assets. in your kuliah, in your faculty. What are those assets? Is it IT asset? Is it furniture, fittings, and all that? Yeah, you have to know that. And where are these assets? Sometimes what I've seen is that we bought asset, but the asset is not being utilized. Right? So what I want to tell, why I started off with governance is because you have to understand there's a public accountability that you're holding. You know, you are actually managing taxpayers' money. It's not that, oh, I'm the dean. I can do whatever I want. I can buy anything that I want. You are actually spending your own tax, tax-paying funds. Yeah, be careful of that. We are having we are just the custodians of the funds. Yeah, to do activities for the university on behalf of the university. Okay, so asset management also is very critical. Let me check if it works. Okay, this is basically some of the processes, from budget, from what we receive from the government, we actually distribute to all the kuliah. Basically, what I can tell you, what the government is giving us is pretty much 85% is on the salary sahaja, only salary. Very small portion is actually to maintain the building. That's why sometimes the complaints come out, oh, our building is like 30 years old, our roof is falling down, all those maintenance issues. Okay, so we are dealing with that. Our development division has got quite a number of budget recently. We fought up to the EPU, up to the MOF to get money, right? So bear with us for this time being, because what I can tell you, the financial position is that the government has been cutting the budget since like 5-6 years ago. So it's not a good time to be in finance division. Okay, I'm taking a very, very steep road, to actually do things differently to get money and to sustain. Yeah. So they are just paying us emoluments, which is your salary, our salary. The rest of it, we've got to fork out our own money. We've got to generate more students. We've got to bring in more international students and also local students inside, right? To get more revenue, to sustain, right? Because we've got 5 campuses to manage. Yeah, it's not easy, right? So when we talk about deficit, budget is very, very, very limited. Your role, what I expect is from every one of you, is to help the university to ensure prudent spending, right? I remember when I was in the bank last time during the financial crisis, if you all can remember, 1998, 1997. It was very tough. The bank will switch off the lights, switch off the aircon, the lights too, not switch off, but everybody was forced to go back. You've got to finish your work 9 to 5. 5 o'clock, if you want to stay, no aircon, lights is very dim, right? So very cost-cutting measure, prudent. Financial crisis, you don't know what you're going to expect, right? And I still remember I was a very junior officer at that time. My pen, the Kilometrico pen, 50 cents, I think, back then. I want to get a new pen. I want to sign documents. I've got to surrender the pen without the ink to the stationery person. You see, my pen is no longer with ink. Can I get a new pen? Yeah, they give you one. That's how stringent it was in the corporate world when we are facing tough times. But what I can tell you in IUM, we are still okay. We can still have our conference with 3 meals or 4 meals. In the corporate world, just mineral water. If you are from outside, yeah. If you go to a meeting, okay, mineral water, your breakfast, lunch at your own expense. I don't bother to give you anything, right? But here, from Mira, very luxury one. You can have lunch here, you can have breakfast here, and tea time maybe before you finish off the day. So again, what I need is that be prudent as much as you can, right? And I appreciate some of the kuliah, for example, kuliah of engineering, being engineers. Some of the machines, you maintain the machines yourself. When I talked to Dr. Sani Yodin, I really, really am, very thankful for that. And this is a team effort, This is the brotherhood, the working together feeling. When the university is at a difficult situation, in a difficult situation, everybody comes to help. And I just got back from our students unit downstairs. I want them to redecorate the ambience of the students' unit. If you go to students' unit, I'm also not very happy lah. You know, it doesn't feel international. International Islamic University, right? You have to feel international. So I told them, my staff lah, they don't mind. I complain about that. No, when I step in, I see I don't feel international. I don't feel, you know, comfortable walking in as a student to get the service from you, right? So, you know, all these frames, put saying not the line, you know, the frame here is good. Even our Tansi Rector is very particular about this. If you want to put frames which are not aligned, just put it down. Don't bother. And I was trained in the bank, also in the marketing. Started with marketing actually, Prof. Mira. I didn't start with accounts and finance. So I was trained in the marketing line. In the marketing, if you put something which is torn, your paper is pasted on the wall with sellotape there, you know, don't bother to put it there, right? It's just a reputation. You have to talk about corporate image. So when you go at your kuliah, you see those signages with, you know, torn papers, whatever, not put properly. Please put it nicely. It's our image, right? It's our image. Sorry, I derailed from the finance part a bit. Just to share with you, prudent spending too is really something that is required now. I really need your help to do that. Until we are stable, our students are coming in, our hostels are being occupied now, we are generating quite a bit of revenue now, because the last 2 years during pandemic, we don't get any, zero, right? So we are not able to finance quite a number of expenditure or programs. So I need your help to understand that. Okay. So if any program in the UC you don't have any breakfast or lunch, no complaints as long as your salary is being credited on time. Okay. If your salary is not credited on time, call me. Okay. All right. Okay. Collection procedures. I think just to give you what do you call it, an overview, cash collection is very important. Now we are minimizing cash per se. Yeah, everything is online. If you can see, it's all QR coded, it's online banking. So we want to actually protect you, right? Last time you've got issues, money is not banking within 3 days. If you collect cash, you've got to go to the bank and bank in, right? So why waste the time? Everything is online now. So last time you've got cases whereby cash was not banking within 3 days, you will receive a show cause letter, you will be, you know, staff disciplinaries, no point, right? So please use the technology. Don't bother, because I got some complaints saying that when you do programs, you want to get sponsorship. This is critical. When you want to do sponsorship, the rules say you have to bring in the money through the university, not through your own bank accounts. Please be careful of that. Sponsorships with the university's approved program, you have to bring it to the university's account. Whether it it will cost you a delay, whatever, I don't know. People say, oh, once it goes into the financial system, it will take some time. What I've experienced so far, I've seen proposal paper being submitted to me for approval and Tansi Rector. Your event is next week, Friday, right? Your proposal is given to me today. And everybody was like at my door, madam, this is urgent. And sometimes this program has been done in the university every year for the past 40 years. Yeah. Student programs, normal student programs, ibadah camp, korban program, masjid related. These programs have been done over the past 40 years every year. But every time you want to submit a paper, it's urgent. Does that make sense? Doesn't make sense to me. Please have a proper planning, because if you put everything urgent, then it will be cases whereby you don't follow the financial policy. You want to get the sponsorship to your own pocket, and then you never do the financial report later on. So if, let's say, audit comes in or ISO comes in, right, you will be questioned. We don't want to put you at that risk, okay? Please, proper planning, unless there is a genuine urgent program. That I can understand. But if people tell me, if they bring the paper to me to buy stationery and they say it's urgent, I can just reject the paper. I've rejected quite a few papers actually, right? If there are no proper budget estimates and all that. Because you have to take accountability of every single dollar that you're going to spend. Be careful, okay? not to frighten you lah. Okay, don't feel so afraid to take any post later on. But what I can say is that best practices, if you plan properly, you get your paper correct, you computed, nicely, it will be okay. Trust me. Yeah. Okay. And cash collections, I think very minimized now. It's not working again. I don't know. Maybe it's lunchtime. Okay. This is important. Yeah. This is what I want you to do. Those who are going to be appointed or you're interested to be in a management role, by all means do it. Yeah. But you have to know your limit of authority. Yeah. Head KCDI means deans or directors. And sometimes when the deans or directors are given the authority up to 20,000, they will delegate to their deputies. But it doesn't mean that you are released from your responsibility when you do delegation. You still have to make sure that all your deputies who have been given the delegated authorities are doing according to the policies as well. Okay, so these are basically normally between above 20 to 200,000 is myself and Rector. So this is where I see a lot of improvements that we can think of. Yeah, and we have given director authority to Kuantan, to research. Okay, last time research only up to 20, but because of we understand the point that you need to expedite certain things, so we give more authority to the director of RMC, up to 50,000 that he can approve, right? SASMAC is our teaching hospital. Okay, this is very important. I just want to stress on a few points before you go for lunch. For procurement, this is related to all of you, even though you are not at the director or deans, because you are basically the end user. Your department, you may want to purchase certain software. You may want to purchase certain teaching and learning equipment. So you need to know, when you want to initiate your purchase, right? You must check whether the budget is available, and you have to do some market survey. You can benchmark with other UAs, with your counterparts in other universities, right? This is important, because if you don't have this, how do you know that how much you're going to need, right? And please buy something that you're going to use, because as I said just now, under asset management, sometimes you purchase items at hundreds of thousands of ringgit, but the equipments are still not open from the plastic. Yeah, it's well wrapped for more than 2 years. Be careful, because that is a waste of taxpayers' money, your own money. Right? Be careful. And competitive bidding. Yeah. Competitive bidding is why do we need to do competitive bidding? Sometimes you say, oh, this policy is a waste of time because it's very lengthy. But to tell you the truth, when we do competitive bidding, we save a lot of government funds as well, because you get the best price. Right? You can compare the prices, right? And you can negotiate further down. If you just take up from one particular vendor, you don't even know what the rest are offering. This is a very simple common sense, yeah, right? And of course, you need to be from the supplier has to be registered under MOF, and they can now register. We've got new system, vendor portal. They can just online register their company's profile and everything, and we will do the online approval. Very simple now. Last time they had to come give hard copy company profiles. Now no. Everything is online, they can just register with us. Yeah. And of course, registration, it has to go through with the, under Ministry of Finance, there are like specific codes. You are like furniture, you're like stationery supplier, you are CIDP contractor, grade A, B, C, F, whatever. So you have to call, during your competitive bidding, you have to call only the relevant suppliers. Don't call, I've seen many cases, right? You want to buy computers, right? But you invite vendors with stationery supplier, wet food supplier. These are real cases, right? So how come you want to purchase computers, you invite companies with these codes? It doesn't make sense. And, when cases like this, they further look at the real context of the purchase, it was actually orchestrated just to get the 5 codes in, and you get that particular vendor who is probably your preferred vendor, or worst case scenario is your siblings company. Okay, be careful. This thing is very easily detected, and we have got cases. Yeah, just to share with you, these cases up to MECC level. So we don't want you to be part of it. Please, intention, your niat nawaitu is here. So be careful of that. Okay. And IT, you have to get ITD's directors of recommendation for ICT related. Be careful. Some they have bypassed the IT because IT needs to know what kind of equipment you are bringing in. Yeah. All right. And conflict of interest, another one. If you have your spouse, your immediate family members who are basically vendors in the university, you have to declare to your head of department, and your head of department has to report to me. And only the rector has the authority to approve whether or not you are allowed to be in that department, right? For example, if you are in a department whereby you are managing procurement for your kuliah, and your spouse is having a company registered here, and you are also inviting that company, you are basically, there's a conflict there. So this thing has to be stopped, and you have to report to your head of department. Yeah, be careful. This issue is quite. It sounds very petty, but it's still happening. I don't understand why. We in the corporate world, we always have to declare our conflict every year. So starting from, I think this year, we're going to do it for the university as well. Yeah, and only the rector can decide whether or not you can proceed with your role in that department or whatever. Yeah, even I don't have the authority. Yeah, yeah.
For the vendors now for bidding, do we have to call them ourselves? If, for example, my department want to purchase equipment, do we have to call them to join the bidding, or the procurement team will do marketing for it?
Very good question. Okay, for procurement, basically, right? At the kuliah, there's administration department, right? Normally, the shortlisted vendors will be prepared or filtered by this administration department, right? From the system that we have, under financial system, IFIS we call it. So from this IFIS, there is a long list of registered vendors. This is where you need to know your market survey lah. Yeah, what kind of vendors are you actually inviting, right? And normally this will be sometimes together with the end user department. Let's say you're from which department, Doctor? Yeah, emergency department, from suspect. Okay, from suspect. Suspect and com. Okay, so for suspect and com, okay, there will be a admin or similar setup in the kuliah. You sometimes you will collaborate with the finance division or the admin side to understand who are the shortlisted companies to be invited. Sometimes you have your own list, you have got previous dealing with them. That's fine, meaning to say that you have good experience with the existing vendors, and during the bidding, you add another 5. When policy say 5 doesn't mean you can only invite 5. Sometimes you can invite 10, you get only 3. If you invite 5, you get 1, perhaps. And there are cases like that. So you can actually broaden the invitation spread. Yeah? And normally what we encourage is that don't just simply call the same vendors year in, year out. You have to be fair to the others, to the other vendors who are registered with us, right? Unless they are not giving you a good service, right? Because that one is based on the kuliah or the respective faculty performance evaluation of the vendor, right? And what we normally encourage, Doctor, is that let the administration do the shortlisting so that you don't have any conflict there. Segregation of duties, we call it, right? Segregate the duty. Okay, this admin, you can call whoever under the registered supplier, right? With the relevant code bidang lah, yeah? If you want to have emergency, maybe you want to buy ambulance, for example, right? And there are only few players in the industry. So you know, sometimes the administration will call you and ask who are basically the main players in the industry. based on your market survey, this is okay, there are 5 or 6. So we can invite this and maybe we can add another few. So that the more you spread, the better things that you're going to get in terms of competition. Okay? Okay? All right, so these are basically common issues. I think the slides will be given to you. You can go through it. It's already 12:40. Suppliers not registered or split purchase. Split purchase don't do it It's a national issue Audit negara always greedy on this one. Okay, you split the purchase to a smaller bit to actually bypass the authority. Yeah, so that is not allowed. Okay. During the tender, we have got cases also. During the tender, we are supposed to be very discreet. You cannot be, sometimes you are involved in quotation opening, quotation evaluation, you'll be involved. Some of you will be involved, I'm sure. Yeah. So you cannot be discussing this among your peers that you have evaluated company A, company B, company C, right? You're supposed to be very discreet, right? Okay, once you enter the quotation evaluation or tender evaluation, that's it. You live in that wall, in that room. Don't bring it out. Okay, these are the things that sometimes misuse of information, abuse of power, that happens. Yeah. And we've got also this one, budget proposal not equal to procurement approval, all this. You approve 100,000, you spend 150, those kind of things, please avoid. Very basic mathematics. I don't want to go through assets. Assets is very much, I've mentioned just now. Straightforward. I just want to get, okay, just a little bit on the financial sustainability strategies. I welcome any ideas from your experience outside or internally your experience, any kind of initiatives that can bring in more income to the university, okay? And intensify asset utilization is whatever that you bring in, asset should be actually generating more research, teaching and learning efficiency to your students, yeah? Cost savings, yeah, prudent spending. Please, you have a role to play on this in this one, yeah. Increase productivity, of course, as researchers, yeah. What kind of research that you do that you can actually bring the money to university, yeah, based on the salary and investment that the government has put on you, yeah. And Wakaf initiatives. I think for your information, we are embarking on something new, like maybe foundation to bring in more money. If you are familiar with the US. Universities, once they launch a campaign to bring in money, endowment or wakaf or whatever, they bring in billions of dollars and they don't depend on the government 100%. So that's the way forward that we are embarking on to explore these opportunities. And wakaf, we also do crowdfunding. Sometimes we want to do, for example, I just talked to Tan Sri Rector yesterday. I think maybe we want to start on wakaf repair and maintenance for all the kuliah, especially the old ones. Sometimes we can, if we got alumni, like thousands of alumni all over the world, if you can give us only 10 ringgit, right? So we can get millions of ringgit to actually refurbish our roof and give you all kuliah of engineering, kuliah architecture, new labs or new equipment. These are the things that we want to go, because government has given us an indicative that next year, 2023, they're going to give us the same amount of money. It's already given us the indicative ceiling. So don't dream or don't expect next year we're going to get more. Yeah, we're going to survive with the same amount of money, but with new initiatives and strategies, inshallah. Yeah. Okay, next one. It's not working, Prof. Mira, maybe battery. Tak apa. Yeah, so I would welcome any more questions from you all. I know you guys are quite tired from morning. Yes? Can we have a mic? Sure. If you don't mind mentioning your name and your kuliah or your department.
Medicine.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Ifan. About the getting income from outside, because what will happen when you got sponsorship will be gathered in the common fund, trust fund, in which because we put the effort in getting the sponsorship, but end up is in a common fund, so it will not be under our control of that money. So is it that's the way, or I mean, because sometimes you have activities under department which you plan something which is not really in the yearly plan, for example, the family day or vacation for department after a very long activities organized. So what's your opinion about that, and how, I mean, they have some, you can give some to the department to decide something which is outside of their plan.
Thank you, Doctor, for the question. It's a very relevant question. It's a common thing that happens across the Kuliah. Okay, when you have sponsorships for your department's event, right, and the money is actually credited to the trust fund account, right? It's managed under the Kuliah, right? What you can do is actually you can speak to the administrator or the secretariat of the trust fund account, because that money is actually meant for that purpose. And from the finance point of view, we normally stick to your objective, whatever that you has actually planned for that particular program. But when that money, let's say you get 50,000 ringgit, right, $50,000 into your department's account, and it's parked under the whole Kuliah, what do you call that, trust fund, one single account. But it can be actually segregated and controlled separately. Because under the finance, we are talking about Kuliah, under your Kuliah lesson, the finance rep will actually know, okay, if you tell them, normally that's why you need to CC to the finance, so that you know when you have a trust fund account meeting, because trust fund is managed by a trust committee, trust fund committee, right? And hopefully under your department will bring this matter up to that trust fund committee, tell them that this money sponsorship received, right, in the account is meant for whatever program. So in our financial report, you will actually track from that 50,000 minus off whatever expenditure that you want to spend on. It can be done, and it's always been done that way. Perhaps a miscommunication somewhere lah, but you have to notify the trust fund committee that this money received is meant for this program. And from, as I said, administratively, they will segregate that one. And when you want to pay your vendor, we will take from that 50,000. That's how it's being managed right now. If you have experienced differently, right? Let me know. I will talk to the Kuantan, finance rep in Kuantan. But normally, memang we do that, right? It can be segregated, and we can track from our financial system that the money is already in, right? Okay, it should not be a problem once it is already documented properly. Any more questions? Yes. Let's wait for the mic so that everybody can hear.
Assalamualaikum, Syafaris Mamkas, Kuantan, KAS.
Hello, help.
I've been appointed as an adjunct lecturer from a private university, or I've also been appointed as the panel expert for curriculum development for a private university. So I've been appointed, I've been doing consultation, some of money from them. So how I need to declare to be
Wait, Dr. Shah, you are appointed as adjunct professor.
adjunct lecturer.
Adjunct lecturer.
Not professor.
Adjunct lecturer at Kuliah of Allied Health. Your permanent appointment is?
I'm an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. Okay. So you're saying you are getting?
I'm also an adjunct lecturer. I'm appointed from another university.
Oh,
Okay.
from another university. Okay.
And also I've been appointed also from another university as head of curriculum development, study program.
With another organization.
Another university as well.
Okay.
I've been in academic for the last 18 years.
Oh, 18 years.
Yeah, so
Actually, you should ask Madam Najihah just now. HR. Okay, but is that all? Is that your question?
Because this is about financial things. So
Declaration.
How I want to declare.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think from financial perspective, it's nothing to do specifically to the university, because it's your outside employment. Outside employment, your declaration has to be to your dean, right? And of course, why the dean is because he is responsible for the overall teaching, learning, and your teaching hours, your minimum teaching hours that you have to meet, right? So that's why I said this is very much into HR and administrative matter that you have to declare. It's good that you point out and you have the conscience to ask whether it is supposed to be declared. Yes, for me, you have to declare that. And whatever that you get from outside is between you and NHDN, right? But it's good that you have to bring this to your dean so that he knows. And we encourage this expertise outside because you bring the name of the university, which is good. But you have to do it with the due process, right? If you have not declared, by all means, talk to Providil. He's a very sensible guy, no problem. You bring in the name of the university outside world. It's a good thing, right? Just make sure that your minimum teaching hours is always met. No big issue. Your research is done. So there's no, for you all, right? You like, the sky is your limit, right? And now Thanks Director is talking about leading the world, leading the world. Right? Lead the way, leading the world. So you can go all over the place in the whole era. I mean, not to the space yet, maybe, but across the globe, right? But those are the things that I think is very important. Transparency, yeah, because you are basically talking. We are still, public servants lah. We are getting money from the government. We're not like tailors or Sunway or whatever. Okay, so different. So maknanya it means that you have to do what is required. Do the right things and do it right the first time. Easy, peace of mind. Okay, any more questions? Yes.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum. Saya Hadi from Kuliah of Medicine. Okay, Madam, I want to ask about the purchasing. Okay, okay, we understand that when we ask for vendor for certain equipment, they come with different brands and of course different qualities and different price. And we understand that usually the good one usually a bit more pricey. Then we love that, we like that brand. So is that during the purchasing we can request or committee can give certain consideration untuk dapatkan yang kita nak tu?
Okay. Very tough question. Because yes, sometimes what you want is not actually what you can get lah. Yeah, because doctor, sometimes that's why I said your market survey is important. Yes, it's true. You know for a fact sometimes certain equipments with certain brands is of a good quality, and that's what you want. And sometimes the constraint is that the budget is available this much. You only have 400,000, but the good ones is 500,000. Right. So it's a very tough call. It's a very tough call. What we do so far that I've experienced this is that after the quotation evaluation has done the financial evaluation, technical evaluation, right? We can actually have that decision of price negotiation. This is what we call. After the authority has looked at it, right? There's a constraint in terms of budget availability. So we can always go back to the, I would say, selected bidder, right? With the quality that you want, with the track records that you have, right? You have proven. So we can actually negotiate further down, right? If they agree to a certain extent, of course you need to lose some, win some, right? Sometimes we have to do that in life. It's real. Yeah, it's real. You can't get everything that you want. So sometimes you've got to give way. Okay, maybe certain things you don't take for now, but you get a good brand of equipment and you can actually use the equipment for better research. And later on, you bring in more research grants, you can get the equipment that you dream of or you think that is the best in the market. All right. So it's a real question and real cases happen like that. Price negotiation, and to a certain extent, yes, the vendors are, based on reputation with the university, a good paymaster, we pay them on time, services are good, and they know our reputation, and they're willing sometimes to lower the price. right? And sometimes we negotiate up, maybe you don't lower the price, but you give us extended service. It's very important for equipment. Actually, sometimes we forget when we evaluate technical evaluation, right? You didn't even evaluate whether they give warranty to the equipment. And after sales support, equipment means nothing if you don't maintain the equipment, right? So don't just think about, oh, I have got 400,000 to buy the equipment, but you don't think about the after sales support, the maintenance and repair of the equipment for the next 5 years. And this is what happened in the previous recent cases I've gone through. The budget, when you do the market survey, you only budgeted for a certain amount of money for the purchase of equipment. You never thought that the equipment is required to be serviced every 6 months. And that will require additional costs. And when you negotiate with the vendor, you never ask them in the RFQ, we call it request for quotation, in your specs, specifications, when you ask for the competitive bidding, you didn't even include after sales support. Right? So that one is dangerous. When you do the specifications, you have to think about all these elements. Right? Okay, maybe we can have another last question if there's anyone. Yeah.
Just continuation for that question just now. One is sometimes the equipment is already on the budget, but the lowest one is chosen, the lowest price. It's chosen instead, even though we know it's the better quality and all, and it's still in the budget. Your example just now is slightly over the budget, and we have to negotiate. But this one is in the budget. We already make the market survey. It's in the budget. But then there's another bidder bringing like a China brand and all, have a better price, and usually this looks like cheapest price will be the one chosen. Is there any way we can fight for the better quality? That's one. Number two is for like emergency medicine is a new department in COM, so we don't have staff, anesthesia staff. So if we want to request for staff, do we need to calculate the financial cost also, or there will be other department will do that for us?
Thank you, Doctor. You got the questions, 2 questions. One is on your budget is 500,000, right? When you do the bidding, they appoint the lowest bidder. But the lowest bidder normally is, let's say, all the 5 bidders with equivalent technical specifications met, right? And the lowest bidder, you say China brand. That's why the technical evaluation is very important. Okay, sometimes some of you will be selected in the quotation evaluation committee as a technical evaluation member. Please do your job properly. Whether you can say that if China brand, for example, by perception, you know, this may not be of a good quality. So in your technical evaluation, you have to put it down. And this is what sometimes, as mentioned just now, sometimes the documentation is lacking, it's not thorough. So China brand, there could be some problems previously, right? And in the policy, yes, we want to choose the lowest bidder, being other technical specifications equal. That means every single bidder can provide you the technical specifications the same, right? But if you have, being a technical evaluation member, you feel that a China-made product may not be reliable based on maybe track records, you can propose to go for the lowest, the second lowest bidder. You can, with proper justification. That justification example. And it has to be agreed by all the technical evaluation members. And that happened also. We also don't pick up the lowest bidder because of certain things. Maybe the lowest bidder, the past track record, they were not able to give us good service. So I said no. If past track record, this is another important point. If you never maintain past performance evaluation, you wouldn't know. You keep on inviting the same fella, and this fella, for all you know, is lousy, but you keep on inviting them, you keep on awarding them. So you are not doing justice for the government funds. So you can do that, Doctor. You can pick up this second lowest bidder if you feel that the product that they are bringing in is of good quality, and you know the track records. It has to be properly justified. Every member agrees to it. Go ahead, and it is within the budget. It is within your capability to commit. Once you commit, that's it, right? So your second question on the availability of admin staff, yeah? Admin staff, if you don't have admin staff, you have to know how much does one particular staff cost you, right? If administrator N41, W41, it costs you this much. You have to know what is the employer's contribution to the EPF, so and everything, increment, bonus, whatever. So all this has to be costed in, and normally, doctor, it will be done by the admin office. Okay, admin office will do this and it will submit to HR. HR will check with me whether we have got budget to appoint on contract basis. But to tell you the truth right now, contract basis is not encouraged unless it's very critical, like yourself, emergency, maybe critical, you have to justify to your dean or head of department, right? Bring it to the admin office, management meeting, and see whether they come on the trust fund. Normally, our central office, check the trust fund first. Yeah? If Kuliah has got like 1 million, why you come to central? You have to think about that, you know, because our central office, we are managing hundreds of millions of expenses. Sometimes you need us to cover you for 50,000, 50,000. Yes, we would try. I would love to cover every single dollar that you need. But right now, I think we've got to be very selective. We need to prioritize, for example, safety, income, whatever mortuary, whatever thing, expenses, we can prioritize, right? And I think for even Prof. Mira's, you know, whatever office renovation, new office, yeah, we give you priority. Because if you don't have an office, how are you going to operate, right? So these are the priorities that I have to decide, yeah? So I hope I answered your question, Doctor. All right, it's 1 o'clock sharp. Okay, so if there are any questions and any uncertainties that you want to clarify, I don't have my number here. Can you all just jot down? I receive text messages. I respond to text messages personally. So I'm not the person who actually really go by protocol. Even students text me, I respond to them, you know, as soon as I'm free. Yeah. So if you want to talk about financial matters, any clarity that you want, you can actually text me straight away, 019-262-4462. Okay, Naima, yeah? Okay, 019-262-4462. I'm giving you my number. Okay, the number is paid by the university, so you can always call me 24/7. I will try my best to respond to your queries and questions because I acknowledge and recognize that you have your own concern about financial. Is a very critical, delicate matter that you need to ask sometimes one-to-one. Okay, so I think I will try to respond to you if you have any questions. Without, I think that no more. I think with that, thank you so much. Good to see all of you and all the best in your future undertakings. Assalamualaikum. So let's give a round of applause for Madam Naima to conclude the briefing session. So again, thank you so much, Madam Naima. If I can give some testimony of her, because I've been working with her before she's the ED, and she's that passionate. She is that passionate. If you think that she cannot stay still, she is like that. She has been the director of audit. So I think you know her style. She's very particular, which is I love that, and I'm so glad that now Tan Sri actually entrusted her to take care of the financial situations in IIOM, and I think we have been moving in the right directions, alhamdulillah. So I really hope that we will get a lot more support, if it's not financially, but at least the knowledge on how we can actually support, leverage the skills that we have, and making sure that we can actually contribute to the organizations as well. So alhamdulillah, CPD have this, I think for your information, Madam, CPD have been approved as MBOT. MBOT is Malaysia Board of Technologies. So if anyone here would like to be the trainer for MBOT so that we can generate money for Madam Naima, we can. So CPD can actually help you to be the trainers, professional trainers for MBOT. We have been approved, alhamdulillah, and we can generate money for the university, inshallah, and also for yourself. Okay. So again, thank you so much, madam, and thank you so much, everyone. We're going to have for lunch break and Zuhur prayer. Inshallah, we will be here by 2 p.m. and then the team is actually ready, so there will be around how many? Seven trainers, 7 facilitators, is it? 7 facilitators this afternoon. Okay, so I'll see you after lunch break. Have a nice lunch and Zuhur prayer. See you soon. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, well done. Yeah, doctor, good to see you. You can just join us. Sorry. That's why
ini business. Macam mana? Kita tak bagi pun lowest bidder. Even at my level, director, right? If I find the company lowest bidder, management is not capable. Don't forget about the even if them 200,000 role, but she's need to earn the share and then the rest is 5,000. We need to request massive. Tak apalah, I think this is financial wise, kalau suspect I kata sekarang dah jadi banyak daripada last year. Memang sekarang dia memang financial. I kata semua dia ask like 3 months next year. You don't look at the financial statement. Macam dia tahu ni. Nak bagi informasi dia tak ada duit. So they have started to do that. And for your info, I think they have started to do that. I think that is finish. Company yang try to earn. UIBL, okay. IBM bagi, dan tak bagi, nak bagi lagi ni, nak minta saya page aku tak bagi. So, kalau ada just now. Let's hope it. Jangan minta 2,000. Tak lebih sikit. Saksi rating kita dia. In fact, kita bagi private alarm, kita dapat harganya macam sini kita bagi tapi OSI the tendency mindset dia masih nak tak settle. Bukan segala sesuatu you ada jenis. Semua orang kita beri strategi kita kan kalau engineering kita buat bawa macam bagi tahu benda-benda macam for my focus on each area saja. That's the first thing kan. So first like so dia jadi mana how kan KPI also takkan bagi encourage lah. Ada jadi ada macam ada KPI. Boleh kan? You create one. Sekarang you pakai tagline you create. You know you buat apa yang tadi buat. You create one. Yeah. Tapi betul ayat. Macam saya you present
Macam one time tu, I notice kita teruk tau. Bila I check, tak ada bersih kan? Sama je, sama. Sebab tak payah fikir.
Takut kau sama dia. Tapi kau fikir ni dia lagi sama dia. Saya jawab lagi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So since there are quite a number of participants who are yet to join us back, so I hope they haven't left IUM. But as I've announced earlier this morning, we're going to have activities with the team from Insan Sejahtera. So we have Dr. Badruddin from ILKHS, which will talk about Maqasid Syariah, Dr. Zainal from Center for Humanity, I think, Sejahtera, which is what we'll talk about SDG, Dr. Sohaila from Kuliah of Education, which will talk about FPK, and Dr. Faris from OSIC, which will talk about roadmap, and Dr. Irina from architecture. So these are the Insan Sejahtera team. I really hope that you will have time, you will have fun today. So they will guide you through to all the activities. I really hope all your members are here. Where's your member, Dr. Zainal? Okay, so I hope they will be coming here soon. And I will pass the session, I would like to pass the session to Dr. Zainal. Dr. Zainal, the session is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. As informed by Prof. Mira, we are so called from the group of Insan Sejahtera. So sort of like it's a group of initiatives that put together, and there should be 6 of us trying to share the whole thing that will make you confused. And then later on, we try to put it together, right? Insan Sejahtera there means that the whole concept of us trying to put the educations, the formal and the informal part together, with certain reference of concepts that you may have heard before, you may have not heard before. So there will be 6 of us explaining what are those key concepts inside. So it will be Maqasid, it will be roadmap UIA, it will be ESP, it will be FPK, it will be Islamizations and people ICE. Yeah. So you get to hear from this person, and I'm sure, I hope you have by now at least have some taste or some access to the asynchronous video they've given to you. Dah ke? ke ada yang belum lagi? Hopefully you've got some ideas. I'm sure as for mine, I put up a quiz so I can have some ideas. Good thing, yeah, I've got some answers and response to that. Very good one. But today what we'll do is recap of that for 1 hour. And then we will have more than 1 hour, more than one and a half. So after that, we have a panel. Because I'm sure your life here will be what? Will be encountering all these key concepts. Sometimes you feel pressured, especially when you have to fulfill the requirement of course outline, and you're being asked to fill up what is the component of SAP inside it, what is the component of sustainability inside it, what is the component of Islamization inside it. So these are the things that you've not been exposed before yet, but today we'll get that exposure, right? So I'm sure you have a lot to digest, and then you will have somehow quite a common questions. What are these having to do with why teachings of physics, chemistry, blah, blah, blah. And then we will disentangle that and see how we can do it together. Okay? All right. So we'll start with the big picture one. So I'll call Dr. Roadmap. There is Dr. Faris. Yes, let's welcome Dr. Faris. He's from OSIC. Unfortunately, we've got 10 to 15 minutes to make it very precise.
Thank you, Zainal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, how do I start? Have you seen the video? Yeah. Any question regarding the video?
No question? Done.
No question?
Done.
Done. Thank you very much. Okay, just to recap. Okay, we started our first roadmap in 2019. And it's been done for every 2 years. So the first roadmap was 2019, 2020, and then the next roadmap was 2021, 2022. So we are due for another roadmap next year, 2023. One key point is that you notice that the roadmap is only for 2 years. Sekali done, and one time it's just for 2 years. That is purposely done. Normally, strategic plan we do it for 5, 10 years. But now our roadmap runs only for 2 years because to add the sense of urgency. We want to tell people that you have to start implementing from day one. If you have a 5-year strategic plan, you wait until the 3rd year, then you start baca kan. 4th year baru nak implement, 5 years tak sempat. So now we do it for every 2 years. To tell people that there is an urgency for you to implement. If you are slow, program habis. 2 years done. So, and another thing that if you notice from the first roadmap to the second roadmap, many of the ideas from the first roadmap were being carried forward to second roadmap. For instance, our strategic direction, humanizing education. From 2019, we have been focusing on humanizing education. Sampailah sekarang, until now. And I believe humanizing education is not a quick process. It will take some time for us to inculcate the culture and things like that. So I believe for the next 2 years we will still be going towards that direction. What else? What are the key important things from the roadmap? Breaking the silo. I think there is one important thing. Breaking the silo, meaning for us to work together. Dr. Zana will tell you that if you trying to solve societal problem, you can do it from one single discipline. You need many people to work together. Right? Poverty, for instance, you cannot only rely on the economy side. Right? You need other people from other fields as well. So that is why we say in our roadmap, one of the things that we want to do is break the silo. Everyone must work with one another. Right? Okay. Those are the two: humanizing education, breaking the silo, and what else? Okay, when we talk about SAF also sort of originates from our roadmap as well. When we were devising our roadmap last time, we were thinking of when you want to humanize education, you need a different approach to teaching and learning. You need a different approach to teaching and learning. So we sat down, we think about what would be the best framework for us to move forward in terms of humanizing education. It's no longer teaching our students to become professionals alone. They must also become a human being. In fact, that is the most important thing. You must be a human being first. Then you can be whatever you want to be, like architect, lawyer, engineers, whatever. Right? So I think those are the key points I would like to raise. Unless you have any other question, I will pass the mic back to Dr. Zainal. No? Right. So when our next roadmap normally we publish early of the year. All right. What we have been doing last time, no, by the end of the year, the rector will announce the new roadmap for 2023-2024. Early of the year, we normally will do a roadshow to all the KCDMF, especially the kuliah, yeah, to promote the roadmap, to get feedbacks for refinement and things like that. So I'm hoping to see you all again, probably early next year, not sooner. Yeah, in your kuliah. Thank you very much.
Student boleh juga kita tanya-tanya soalan selepas tu kan. Anyway, we're running out of time, but maybe we can spend more on the panel discussion where we put all of everything together. So next, let's hear from Dr. FPK, Dr. Suhaila. Reason being, we try to give the big picture and then the national big picture of falsafah pendidikan, and then we go to Markosid, we go to Islamizations, we go to ESG, we go to SDG, and then OBE, where we finally get proper society.
Thank you, Dr. Zainal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. CPD to set up the slides. Assalamualaikum. So how are you today? It's afternoon session. My session is FPK, is Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, but mind you that I'll not be talking most of the time. I'll be asking questions if you don't have any questions for me. Okay, so Dr. Jannah, Dr. Triple ICE and Islamisation of Knowledge is not with us today. So I'll be covering a little bit on her part. Okay, and I think you've also done the Murabbi module, right? So Murabbi and the IOK also tend to be merged together. So I'll be addressing IOK. If you have any question, I'll try to answer them. If I cannot, Dr. Zainal and the rest of the Insan Sejahtera team will help out, inshallah. So before that, any questions on my slides? I think you did very well in the quiz. No questions? Or have you done the quiz? Okay, dapat kan? Okay. Okay, before that, my name is Suhaila Hussein. I'm from Kuliah of Education. Next slide. So I'll be just recapping what we had done, right, in the videos. But I'll be highlighting the similarities of FPI, which is Falsafah Pendidikan Islam or Islamic Philosophy of Education, and the FPK. Sorry, this is in Malay, but I'll be drawing out the important points and comparing them. Okay. Perhaps you must be wondering why we are talking about FPK, because it's a national agenda. As an international Islamic university, why are we talking about FPK? So I think you would be familiar with this idea of sejahtera education. If you are not, make sure that you do, because as an academic of IIUM, we are very much engaged in the idea of a concept of sejahtera. We try to lead the way with the sejahtera concept of education. So the sejahtera concept of education is very much ingrained in the Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan. Okay. So the FPK, basically it highlights that the importance of balanced development, integrated development of the individuals, right? Which is also shared in the FPI, right? And it also talks about how we want to produce an individual who are morally upright, are knowledgeable, who are able to contribute to the family, community, to the nation, and of course the ummah. Okay, so this is where we talk about this kesejahteraan diri. Okay, it's very difficult for me to translate into English, this idea of sejahtera. It's not easily defined as happiness. Right? It is more of a state of being where you achieve, which I later on will highlight or perhaps equate it with falah. Falah is basically an Islamic term that we use in the FPI. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So this is the similarities between the 2 points of FP and FPI. One is the continuous effort. This implies that it's going to be a lifelong learning experience. So you as an academic staff of IIUM is responsible to inculcate and develop this love for learning, pursuit of the truth, love for learning among the students. Integrated and balanced development of the 4 aspects, that is the intellectual, the spiritual, the emotional, the physical, and of course we at IIM we also emphasize on the social and how we engage with the world, alam, and also as Khalifatullah. Okay? Belief and devotion to God. Both philosophies actually talk about belief and devotion to God, obedience to God. Okay. And we have to be responsible to ourselves, family, community, environment, and nation. So in the context of ACPA, it's more of to the Ummah. Okay? And as you can see, the end of both FPN and FPK is towards kesejahteraan, which is happiness, to achieve success, or a better term that we want to use, which is falah. Right? So you know what falah means, right? Anyone here who's not clear with falah? Okay, brother, can you explain to me what is falah? Yes. Sorry, success. What is the difference? There is a difference between falah and success. The mere word of success. So what is the difference?
Falah, you need to work, you need to select the right way.
Okay.
Success at the end.
Yeah. One thing that we have to note is that when we talk about success, we tend to focus in this world. Success in this world that you can see, you can feel, but when you talk about falah, you talk about the hereafter. There's a great difference. The FPK does not mention sources of knowledge as the Quran and Sunnah. Okay. The FPK does not mention the process of tarbiyah. If you look at the FPI, it talks about shaping the akhlaq, okay, talking about nurturing the individual. So it goes very detailed on the process of tarbiyah, the stages of development of the individual. But in the FPK, it does not go into that detail. Also in the FPI, it talks about the hereafter, falah, which is not visible, which you don't see in the FPK. And of course, because FPK is of a national agenda, so it takes note of the different audience or different people, the citizens of Malaysia. Okay. Having said that, one thing that we have to remember is where we need to understand which of the concept of sejahtera is that we're using for the IIM. Okay. Right, so we when we talk about the development of the individual, so these are the similarities again that I would like to talk about. One of the things that I feel I like to emphasize is this idea of integrated education. Now, the concept of integrated education or kesepaduan ilmu, it means that the concept of man, okay, you refer to the at the end is to go back to Allah. Okay, that's one. The other thing is that when we talk about the concept of integrated ilm and education is that it talks about the integratedness between the worldly knowledge and the spiritual knowledge and the revealed knowledge. So in the end, the aim is also to go back to Allah. So that's what it means. Purpose of life, we have similar purpose of life in the FPK and that is being a Khalifah, carrying out your responsibility as an amanah. And of course, the same thing with regard to concepts that you are going to be engaging, which it deals with God and of course with family, society. You will be responsible to Allah, to your family, society, environment, and the nation. So in the end, that's what you get sejahtera and falah. So that's why I equate between sejahtera and falah. That's the ultimate aim that we have to achieve. Okay. Okay, now we talk about hierarchy of knowledge in the philosophy of Islamic education. We have to remember that when you teach your students, it's not just teaching them about the content of your specialization. Because you have the role as a Murabbi, so you need to know that. So apart from knowledge, you have to make sure that they practice what they know. They do the ibadah, okay? They hold on to their amanah as a Khalifatullah, that's your responsibility. And at the end of the day, is that this is where you have to make sure that they recognize Allah. Their knowledge is supposed to bring them closer to Allah. So how many of you actually did that in the class, day to day? And how do you do that? So you ponder on that question, because you'll be asked to do that in the activity today. How do you make sure that your students is not just going to be a good engineer, a good doctor, but he's going to be also a good insan soleh, insan sejahtera. So how many of you actually did that? And how are you going to realize that? So this is the difference between you as an academic of IIM compared to an academic in other institutions. That's why when you first apply, you'll be asked the question, do you pray 5 times a day, you know? Like, those are very peculiar questions you get when you're applying for IIM. You don't get that from applying to other universities. Okay, next. Okay, next. So I'm just going to, in a way, relate between the different concepts that you're going to listen to our panel today. Next. Relationship, of course, Maqasid is the basis. Dr. Badar will explain about it. Next. Before that. Okay. Then we've got the triple IC and FPK. Understanding the concept, then we expect you to do that. Okay. And we are gearing towards SDG, which later on help us to establish justice and also sejahtera. So, and we have to engage with all of the, between the society, the environment, between the people that we have, you know, community, the world, basically. Next, before that. Okay, so one of the things that I like to highlight also, because in the 7 vision and mission statement, I'm not sure whether you have memorized that or not. Okay, one thing that is emphasized is also about sustainable development. Although it's a bit, maybe some of you will think that it's not really mentioned, right? Among the Muslim countries, perhaps. It's not so much mentioned, but actually in Islam, we have always talked about sustainable development. Because remember that many of the surahs in the Quran talk about that we are advised to avoid fasad. Right? So fasad is when you fail to establish sustainable development. When you are developing unsustainably, you are already committing fasad. Again, so as a Murabbi and academic of IIM, what have you done to contribute towards the establishment of sustainable development? How do you impart this to your students to promote sustainable development? Your innovation, your development of new knowledge, your effort of Islamization of knowledge, have you done that? So these are some of the things that you will have to consider. Okay, Hannah? Okay, so at the end of the day, we are all here. Insan Sejahtera is supposed to be striving for holistic and integrated development. You have to do that first, then you can start this with your students. Okay? Deep reflection of what you do, speak out of your mind for the truth. As intellectuals, you're not just we're not supposed to be just academicians that are asked to toe the line. Okay, I think it's important that as a critical and as an active agent, you have to be speaking up yourself with the truth. This is important. If you see there's injustice, you have to speak up. This is what it meant by sustainable development. Of course, we have to work together to strengthen IIM as a model of higher education. And you know, the IIM song, we talk about Rahmatan lil Alamin. So that's what you have to do. You have to be mercy, a mercy to the world. Okay? And inshallah, then you can produce Insan Sejahtera. Okay, so the way for the future that we see tomorrow begins with the papers that we make today. So it starts from today lah, insyaAllah. Now that you have khatam the module of Insan Sejahtera and has gone through the tide, so hopefully you'll be able to make the change that we want you to do. Because that's important. With that, I thank you. That's the end of my slides. Okay, now let's go to the questions. Any questions? Ada? No? Okay. Pass to Dr. Zainal.
Another question. Another question, let me answer questions. Having given two inputs already, with some expectation, whoever you are before this, and coming to UIA, what's your impressions now? Are we introducing something really new, or is this discussions of rhetorical, normative, should be there, either UIA or not, or what's your take now? Having given all this FPK, I'm sure not many universities will be giving this kind of inputs at the beginning of induction course. But now you've got this. Are you triggered? Are you okay? We'll see whatever we can do. Anyone would like to respond? Is the mission impressive enough, or is too good to be true? Or let's start talking. I think you just need one person to. Anyone from law department? Yes, silakan. No, lawyer. Thank you.
Yes, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Shakur from COM. My impression when I learned about this mission vision and also the Insan Sejahtera is that we're going back to the Khalifatullah. We're going back to the whole mission in this world. So instead of joining university to be a lecturer, we have higher aim. And we are reminded for that in this university. So I think before this, pergi masuk, for example, government sectors pun they don't really have this kind of reminder that we are actually doing this ibadah, or whatever our work is ibadah, and then we are aiming for the afterlife. But in what I can see is that we are reminded of that, so that we are all in the right path, insyaAllah. Syukur.
From COM, yeah, terima kasih. So that's the very basic functions of work that sometimes we need a bit of reminder. So that's what the whole message of Insan Sejahtera is, that we are actually given a platform to deliver our role as Khalifa. So that's the whole functions. All right, so let's invite and go deeper. We'll invite now Dr. Maqasid, Dr. Badaruddin to share some input, some recap, some input that you should have been exposed to in the synchronous video.
Thank you, Dr. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So today we are able to be together to recap what we have listened in our synchronous work. So Maqasid, as you know, is one of the components of the Insan Sejahtera. So in fact, Maqasid is not only the great Insan Sejahtera framework, but Maqasid also is the objective or the aim of our presence in this world. So our presence in this world to play the role as Khalifa. So we have two roles to play in this world. What are these two roles? We have to play, we are supposed to play as Khalifa. There are two roles. What are these two roles? We have said, yes? As Khalifa, first one? Yeah, to worship Allah. This is, we have to accept Allah, and then second one? So we are living in this world. Allah shall have to develop the world that we live in. mentioned by the Surah Quran, "Alladzi amsarakum min al-ard wasta'amarakum fiha." So Allah has created you from the earth and then asked you to develop it. That's why Allah has prescribed rules and regulations to guide us. So this rule regulation that we has been formulated by the scholar in terms of maqasid. These are the maqasid that we want to achieve. Okay. So we have to, this is what we call it maqasid of necessity or maqasid of necessity maqasid. So religions, right? Of course, religions, Islam, and then we have life, we have intellect, we have language, we have knowledge. So if these five matters are right, so do you expect that our life to have blessing in this world? Our religion is not protected, our life is not protected, our intellect is not protected, our language is not protected. So we'll be extinct from this world. We'll become dinosaurs. No human being. So the language is not protected. Our wealth. So if you have no wealth, how to live? So here today we have to recap and want you to translate, to link our learning activity as well as research and then community service with this maqasid. Whether our learning activity is heading toward maqasid. So don't force yourself. Just relax. Relax. Just to look at your learning activity, whether can achieve, whether our learning activity or research activity or community service heading toward this maqasid. So this is how we formulated to the instance framework to make our applications is more meaningful. We have our target because our target is sejahtera, sa'adah in this world and sa'adah in the next world. So our objective is not only in this world, but we want to be successful in this world as well as in the hereafter. So that's why there is incorporation of a theme for this life as well as the next one. So these are the what I want you to do to look at our learning activity, research activity, and then community service whether heading for this. I think that's all from my part. I think if you have any questions. Anyone would like to ask a question or any respond and comment? Yes, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. I'm Dr. Karani from Kuliah Medicine. Just a little bit feedback. Throughout this course, I learned a lot of new jargon. Okay, this is my honest opinion. I learned a lot of new jargon, a lot of new phrase, terms, and etc. I just, for the several academic framework to be meaningful, I would like to know what kind of difference does it make to how we educate our students before the framework exists and after the framework exists. Because I want to know whether all the terms that we learn or the jargon, just is it just to make our education system meaningful on paper, or is it have a really meaningful difference to the way we educate ourselves?
Okay, so then
from maqasid first. Okay.
From maqasid perspective, because we have to look at the activities. The activities, whether in the process of learning process for students. So whether we incorporate or not this element. So whether our activities in classroom, for example, So if we look into our learning outcome, we have 5 clusters. So we have knowledge, and as well as we have ethic and professionalism. So how we want to translate this into our in our language, for example, ethic, for example. So ethic, we have, of course, we have to link to the which ethic. Of course, we have to go back to the ethic of Islam. So if we listen to the component of ethics, ethic is one of the main components of religion. So if no ethics, religion would have no value. For example, look to the belief. So in belief, what we need, the ethic of belief. What we need in the ethic of belief. For example, we need the sincerity. If no sincerity, the belief would be meaningful. So as well, we worship Allah. We do ibadah, we do prayer. If there is no sincerity, our prayer have meaningful? So whether we can keep maqasid. So just give you the example what Quran says. So the prayer can prevent us from commissions of the sins, of wrongful act. So we have to reflect whether our prayer can prevent us from the commission of all this. So this is the test I want to know. So in our process of learning as well, of course, this is the process how to impart this all values in our learning process. It's not only about the content or not about the syllabus of but the way that we are conducting the class, for example, how we deal with the students, the adab of so we have the other components of this adab or this about ethic adab. This there's another component that has been added in some chapter. What is it? ESD. The new one,
Learning to know, learning.
Yes. All this. So maybe the other, will discuss. So this is about the process. To what extent that we can integrate our learning activities into this, integrate this component in our learning activities. So this what we can do. So whether it's just jargon or whatever, so we have to try to do. We are in process. So you cannot say that we have done or not. So this process that we have to try to do, we have try to integrate. So try to be different with the others, because we have all these components as mentioned by the presenter. So maybe other university has not introduced this component. That's all from me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Madan. I think you need the whole 6 speakers to be here to answer that question. So let's hear more jargon. Nanti kita jagungkan dia, kita faham, kita channel dan kita work on together. Yeah, inshallah. So I'll be recapping a bit on my part. Yeah, my part will be on SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. Dr. Irina will continue after this on the detail of how you integrate Sustainable Development Goal into the teaching, research, and community engagement, the 3 Dharma, the 3 functions of the university. All right, I hope you're familiar with all these questions that I picked up from the asynchronous video. Yeah, and 24 attempts out of 32 completed, but I'm yet to, I failed to mark all. But I do some analysis of the input that was given, which alhamdulillah, I think more or less the basic ideas are there, but just tweaking here and there in order to align with our intentions of changing the role of universities and going back to the basic. Yeah? So I've tried to give some ideas to this as a reflections of what you had in mind, which we can talk about this afterwards. At 3:15, we have the panel that will pick up all the questions on this. Okay, now I'm sure the question that was posed is the very first question that was put up. Yeah? What do you think about our education system now? A failure? Or too much of industrial? too much of GE. So although those are the kind of questions that we have out there, reflecting the qualities of graduate that we have. At the same time, we're talking about so much jargon now. We want to FPK, we want to introduce Marcosit. Yet realities out there, we are the pressures of publishing journals and etc. So these are the kind of dilemma that we are in. How do we go out about this? Yeah. All right. That's up to you whether you think the education system is good or not. That is something for us to discuss, but we know more or less what will be kind of like opinions on this. Yeah. But then, being a UIA lecturer, this has to be part of the DNA. What is sustainable development? So by now, hopefully, I'm not sure what to interview or ditanya atau tidak, but hopefully you are quite familiar with this, not only because it's UIA, but because the whole world is talking about this. 2030, SDG 2030, and then what else? Yeah, UN speaking about this, UNESCO talking about this. So the whole world is talking about this. Unfortunately, alhamdulillah, yeah, while the whole world is talking about that, we are already grounded on this. We've got this in our roadmap, and we found how Marcosit Sharia to be compatible with the ideas of SDG. So there is something that Dr. Badruddin has put up there. Yeah? And then how do we change the community engagement activities to be more relevant to sustainable development? We know the universities have been doing a lot of community engagement activities, but what is the orientations? Is it for sustainable development, or just ad hoc kind of service that pergi balik, and then that's it? For the past 20, 30 years, whether you do that or you want to move that level of engagement with community from community service to community empowerment, and that's what we want. And in the UIA, we are not just talking about servicing the community, but we're talking about empowering the community. Meaning that's why I'm inviting as well, if you're interested to teach a new subject, that is compulsory to each one of the students in UIA, there is Usrah in Actions. Usrah in Actions means, in order for us to achieve sustainable development, everyone has to be engaged in community engagement. But how do we engage them? You've got to be very structured, but not just in and out, Saturday, Sunday kind of thing. It has to be structured, linked back to formal education. The fourth question, and that's what it takes us to reorientate the curriculum. We have to change the content of the curriculum. We have to reorientate the curriculum so that be it the subjects of physics, chemistry, which is quite difficult to be linked to sustainability and sustainable development in general, but that's the task. So with the guidance of FPK that Dr. Silas talked about, with the Marcosit as the ultimate framework, and then the SDG that we talked about, it has to be linked together. Otherwise, we'll have the education system that is not working. That's how our premise is. Yeah. Number 5. From Islamic perspective, I think Dr. Badruddin has made it very clear. And the concept that I'm supposed to expose in the video is that RCE. And what is RCE? RCE is Regional Center of Expertise on Education for Sustainability. Why do we have this? Yeah? We have RCE because we realize that the functions of university has long been in the concept of ivory tower. It's not talking to the community. The community will not come in. You've got a palang, nak masuk menangkap dan sebagainya, which is not supposed to be the function of the university. The university is supposed to contribute to the society. To try to break that silos by having the concept of RCE. Means the university is part of the community. And that's why we have the word community, community university, not communist university. Ada juga yang dapat gelaran itu, communist university, community and university. And it become a main function of KPT now. There is a concept that's called unity now. Yeah. So the concept of RCE is to integrate and work and push for university to work directly with and for the community. Not just for the community, but with the community. Yeah? All right. So next question that has been put up in the videos is to highlight there's a mission. Yeah, we've got 186 regional centers of expertise around the world, which is located in Africa, in Latin America, in US, and in Canada. The same concept, where universities are supposed to work together with the community. So we've got almost 200 of that. But in UIA, what is unique is not just working with the community, but there are 3 things that we're working on. Yeah? Whole community transformations, meaning empowering the community, and spirituality and sustainability. Yeah? Kalau we tahu that's SDG ada 17, hopefully by now. Yeah? But in UIA, we are championing another one, SDG 18, which is spirituality. Because we thought it's a missing component. And that's the difference that we can come into the concept of the big framework of United Nations. And last one, the Prof. Faris, Saji can explain on this, the concept of sejahtera. What is sejahtera? We thought sejahtera is a local concept of sustainable development. Sustainable development, as you have answered, many of you have answered, nothing new to Islam, nothing new to Malaysia as well, nothing new to Malaysia as well. This concept that has been there. Relation kita dengan alam sekitar, konsep gotong royong, all those things are very indigenous concept. That's been there for long already. It's not something that's just come out in 1992, Brundtland Convention. No, it's been there. And even when we go back to Rasulullah SAW, it is there. So Rasulullah SAW is the most sustainable man ever lived, because all the practice of wudu, all the practice during perang kotak-kotak pokok, sebagainya, those are the very sustainable practice that's been there. Okay, all right. So that's how you see the link of Islam and sustainable development, and that's how we put in that concept as a practice among us, not something new, but something that is going back to basic that we've been doing. Implications. Yeah, this is a question that I put up just now, but I guess maybe the others will also emphasize on this. Yeah, how does this Maposik FPK implicate on our teaching, research, and community engagement? How? All the orientations of research, all the publications must fulfill the 4 A's. Yeah, I'm not sure whether I put in the videos or not. One is autonomous, available, accessible, affordable, and appropriate. These are the 4 components that make the research become sustainable development. What's the point of having research if it's not available? What is the point of having research if it's not appropriate to our culture? What's the point of having research if it's not affordable and not available to us? So there's a component how you implicate. The last one, I leave to Professor Haji to explain on this. Yeah, that's that relates to the whole thing. So that's all. But maybe there's a few slides I want to somehow use my chairman or chairperson controlling the mic quickly so that you can recall this, because you need this. You need this throughout the discussion. This is the main one, the main mantra. So surah yang pertama, you have to remember this: environment, social, and economic. What is sustainable development? Striking the balance between all the 3. Definition of sustainable development, you can refer back to the videos. Yeah? And my beloved new colleague, welcome to your break. Yeah? In Islam, this is how it can be summarized. Hablu min Allah, hablu min al-nas, hablu min al-alam, hablu min al-kawn. The thing that has always been there, but we forgot to discuss this intensively. Yeah? And the concept of al-mizan is the one, the top, the Venn diagram is there. And operationally, it's all there. Dalam konteks ekonomi, kita ada zakat. So all things are there. Yeah. Okay. And to answer the question whether education ini where we're going, so these are the favorite slide that the director usually put up. Where are we shifting into our education in terms of bringing in the concept of sustainable development? I'll finish my time. Yeah. After this, the detail will come from Dr. Irina. Yeah? And just to emphasize again, what question number, can't recall, yeah? What is the implications of research? The Nobel Prize winner, Zuwal, one of the few Muslims that win the Nobel Prize. If you work on research topic that the West is not interested in, you will always be 20 years ahead. If you work on topics that the West is interested in, you will always be 20 years behind. So being university, research is the main component, but what kind of research are we interested in? Okay? Is it the left kind of research or the right kind of research, meaning helping the bottom poor and the bottom billion and M40 and B40? Probably Sajja covered. So with that, I would like to invite Dr. Irina to share a bit more detail of how, sementara Dr. Irina explained it, coming here, yeah, how all this concept, another jargon, yeah, Doctor, another jargon, all this thing, but inshallah, slowly we'll go, because this one will make a difference. So all this jargon from the concept of the hour, how do we put it together? So that will be the further discussion in the panel and your activities after this. Yeah? So kalau tak boleh, lagi we'll have session. Are you ready for this? Yeah. Easy. You can start.
Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. Terima kasih for those who are still staying alert and try to give more attention to this afternoon sessions. Yeah. I know that we are trying our best to give you the best, and then this compilation of the jargon, I hope it helps you on how you can strategize your teaching, learning, research development, and also the community engagement to be at least on par with the other sustainable development actors in the world. Yeah. So that is why we give you this this jargon that we actually is it's not only in our campus, this jargon is actually applied to others also. And we are actually in this a big pond that I hope it also can accelerate our duty in IUMs. Yeah? So talking about the sustainable development, but this term of education is not meant only for the education faculty, but since we are in the education business, yeah, quote unquote, so I hope we can make it more ideas and then how it transform into our teaching learning activity as well. So back into our, of course, I know that you already have it in this our videos, yeah. It's just to highlight on how is this jargon is connected each other, and that helps you to accelerate more in terms of contributing your teaching learning courses in bigger promotion of the university itself, yeah, and of course to the world. And then this is the background, and of course, and how you can find ways on how your expertise can contribute to this kind of sustainable development, not only within these 5 circles, yeah, but more beyond that. But try to strategize into these 5 teams, and that is why they are make it more in terms of the 17 goals. That is very strategic goals that are already covered the main global challenges, yeah, which is stated as poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. So if you look at all these in these teams, so this is not only from the science part, social part, or education, or they are not disintegrated as our courses. Yeah? So this is actually an issue-based, a problem-based that we need to tackling. And that is how for you also, in order to tackle this, perhaps you can collaborate with other disciplines. That is why we are promoting. This is what we are promoting ESDs. Yeah. So of course, the global is the another jargon that we are at the local level trying to contribute to the global agenda. Yeah. And again, based on these 3 pillars of the sustainability, this is how we are trying to segment it and then try more applicable into at the local levels. Yeah? But yes, we know we have this kind of concept about sustainable development. But what we want to emphasize is, of course, the people itself here, and at the same time also contribute to the economy and the society as a whole. Yeah. And from the background of the definition about the ESD itself, yeah, is actually stated clearly in the SDG target 4.7. Yeah? So that is why this in ESD we promotes the education for sustainable that empower the learners, and that we want them to be as a global, as an agent of change when we are going outside and feed the university. But of course, while there are 4 years in this our living learning labs, we call it as IUM as living learning labs. So we want also them to practice this responsible action while they are 4 years here. Yeah. So that is how we are also create the our living lab by having this campus sustainability. And then this is also for the university actually has a power or potential to contribute to the 17 goals of SDGs. Yeah? If back to the definition of ESD itself, so if you look at all the key issues again, as I mentioned, stated before, so this is the main theme that are already agreed by the global agenda on the climate change, disaster risk reduction, biodiversity, poverty reduction, and sustainable consumption. So in order for our courses and for ourselves also an expert, as a researcher, as a lecturer, it's possible to find a way on how we strategize our courses to these 5 big teams. Yeah, I know if you can go details into the SDGs, the targets, indicators, and then you can find a way on how you can contribute. That is also in our research proposal, for example, if you can show the grant donor that you can contribute to this pathway, this is another ways on how you can contribute this global agenda. Yeah, and yeah, the teaching itself, of course, there are already details about the teaching participatory teaching learning methods that we would like you to embed and then to practice in your teaching learning by having this active participatory learnings, yeah. And it's of course the team itself. You can buy your own expertise and find a way of how you can strategize into these 5 teams. Yeah? And this, of course, the competency is also already detailed out into this video previously. In ICALIP, the critical thinking, imagining future scenario, and the making decision is also, you can part of it in develop these skills by having problem and project-based learning in your students, with your students. And of course, after this, it's also another exercise for you to, on how you can practice this inter and transdisciplinary within to solve the one issues, and then on how each of these expertise can contribute to solve the issues. So this is another exercise after this, yeah. And yeah, ESD is mentioned as key enabler by United Nations on how you can mobilize this SDGs. So we are actually is in the core of function on how we can mobilize the SDGs. And the ESD also is a driver on how we can achieve this target 2030. So this priority action is, again, if you can strategize your teaching, learning, research development, and also community engagement by having these priority action areas, the advancing policy on how transforming learning and training environment, on how developing capacity of educators and trainers. This is what I am also done by contributing to this agenda. And mobilizing the youth, this is also another important agenda on how you can help by having your students involved in community engagements and also other research education. Accelerating sustainable solution at local level, again, SDG is very contextualized in nature and it's very specific in the locality, but of course it can contribute to the global agenda. And the target groups, you are also part of this big agenda, but you can work with the policymakers, institutional leaders, the learners, the parents, the educators, youth, and other communities, NGOs, CBOs. So this is why we have this kind of frameworks to help you also to strategize your work, our works. Yeah. And this is the activity by member of the states. So remember, we are the country. Each country is actually having the reporting mechanism each year on how is our progress. So this is also another pathway on how we can contribute to these SDGs. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, not to go into the detail, but this is one of the examples what we have in our universities. But I think each of you also can find a way on how you can contribute in each of the steps in circular economy of food waste in the IUMs. Yeah, I think you already have it in the details in the ICALIP. And then this is a century learning of the ESD that we are promote. Yeah, I hope you are not really a lion, and this is very also actually, oh, we already done this. Of course, it is how using this framework is actually helps you to be at par with others and colleagues. Yeah? And the principle itself, not only the teachers as a center, but more on the student-centered learning. So we know what that is. This is already being promoted since the last 5 years, and the core principles also we touched on the details. And the principle, that is why we want you to, Dr. Zainal mentioned about the community engagements, and then the knowledge itself is what comes from us. We also need works with the local community on how we use this community, the local people, actually the source of the local knowledge. So that is how this convergence as knowledge is also happen. And I hope by having this community engagement, we have this USRA in actions, and also we have also UNGS if you want to focus your research by helping the university sustainability initiative. That is also another platform. Yeah? The issues, of course, you can find any issues and then find ways to relate to the 17 goals. The skills, what skills that you want to promote, the perspective, and also the values. What are the social norms exist in the society that we want to promote here? The new norms, if you want to promote, it is another ways to promote SDGs. And this one also, I know you have already the details. I don't want to talk much about this and the core competencies. The system thinking, this is all of these core competencies are possible if you have this program and project-based learning with your students. Yeah? The ESD pedagogical approach, there are various methods here. This is also can help you on how to promote this SDG, ESD oriented embed in your teaching and learning. Yeah? Community engagement. And then this is also another jargon that I think that is very familiar, the quadruple helix. Yeah? And then but this latest quadruple helix is how you are also includes these nature environment problems related into your issues. Yeah? And this is another reason that we are registered under the RCE, and then we got this RCE award, RCE for Greater Gombak. So meaning that it's not only for Gombak campus, but also for Kuantan and also the Gampang and Pago. And this is also another way on how this just to give you a more explanation that how is the knowledge exchange here, convergent knowledge between these various level of the education. If we work with schools, with the community is another social education. If you can, for example, in Japan, in Okayama, they work with museum or libraries, yeah, public museum, public libraries, and then they work together and solve the local problems, yeah, and then for another group of the community, such as NGO and CDO, this is also another source of group that we can work and then translate the transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach of the SDs. Okay? So I think I don't want to touch on the details. This is already in the slides, in the videos. Yeah. So this is why we keep mentioning about transformation, societal transformation. But how is it? This is where we start. And so this is the detail about how is the journey towards this societal transformation is actually, we start from ourselves and our students. Yeah? This is an example on how the flagship project of River of Life works in order to accelerate the mission 3 of the university higher education institutions. And this is the Patin Buah projects in Kuantan. Yeah? The impact, the collaboration, involvement of the students, final year projects, yeah, the community engagement is there. It's just perhaps by having this framework can give you a bigger picture for this where we are, so that we are actually part of this global agenda. I think I end my presentation. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Irina. Any questions so far? Any question? Not enough to trigger any questions? Or the delivery has been so good so far and you're ready to launch your research method?
If not, let's hear to the last one. The last one is by Professor Saji. He was Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic before. So I'm sure if there is any questions, he will provide the answer through his presentation. If not, we have another panel after that, 45 minutes, inshallah, right?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I look at your faces and your eyes. I think you have to move. Just want to find out this group. Where are you guys from? Which kuliah? From kuliah of medicine, pharmacy, some, yeah? Mix. I know that I can hear your voice if you are shouting all the way from the basement. So where is it from? CAS, Kuliah of Science, Health Science, Mix, Engineering, ICT, and etc. I know that you are tired. Just want to find out why are you here? You want us to come. The Senate want us to come. Why are we here?
To get home from service.
Okay, we have to go to the Senate. I haven't received the answer yet. So why are you here? I to a certain extent agree with both of the answers, but I mean, from the modules that we specifically realize that probably most of the content today is to train us and to open our minds and our rules and lectures and really as lectures. Very noble response to that. I like that. So this training is for new staff, right? Those who have been serving for the past 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So have you been asked to design or formulate your own courses? No, never. Have you been asked to improve on your course learning outcomes? Have you been asked to incorporate Insan Sejahtera in your course learning outcomes? Yes. Who said that? Yes. Have you done that? So are you here to understand the concept, to know the concept, to understand the concept, and to apply the concept, and also at the end to evaluate the effectiveness of the concept? And in the future, who knows, you might be able to create your new course. So basically that is OBE, right? Outcome-based education. At the end of the course, students are supposed to be able to know something, to understand, or to apply, to analyze, to evaluate, or to create highest level. So at our level, at the university level, what do you expect the students to be able to do? To know, to understand, minimum, or to apply, minimum. Do we want them to graduate and know something, the concept and theory, and that's it, not be able to apply? Do you want that? So at least you want them to be able to apply. So if you want to talk about OBE, we want to talk about Bloom's taxonomy, you're going to talk about how to formulate your learning outcomes. After your course learning outcomes, what's the next level? Program learning outcomes. Have you looked at your program learning outcomes? After program learning outcomes, what do you have? Program educational objectives or the goals. At IEM, we use the word PEO, program educational objectives or the goals. What are the differences between CLO, course learning outcomes, program learning outcomes, and program educational objectives? CLO, PLO, and PEO. How many of you have attended the OBE workshop or MQA workshop, accreditation workshop, curriculum review workshop at other places, at other universities? So you have to, because if not, when your kuliah submits the application for accreditation and you are the lecturers teaching the course, you need to be able to explain if you are called by the MQA auditor to explain all this. So first is CLO, your course learning outcomes. At the end of the course, students should be able to be able to apply. You should be able to use, to be able to evaluate, analyze. No more of identify, no more explain, because that is kemahiran berfikir aras rendah. Lower order thinking skills. If you ask all the teachers in Malaysia, everybody knows about higher order thinking skills. You just ask them. So our focus is to push for our students to acquire higher order thinking skills, meaning to see application of facts, theories, models, whatever that you have. Remember that the courses that you teach, what do you teach them?
Ethics and ethics for contemporary issues.
Ethics and contemporary issues. What do you want them to be able to apply?
Islamic ethical concepts to the workplace environment.
To apply Islamic ethical concepts in workplace environment. So if you say that in your course learning outcomes, you must be able to assess. Your course learning outcomes must be able, it must be measurable. So you must be able to assess. How do you assess that?
Using scenario-based problems.
narrow-based problems. So there is higher order thinking skills. Not only you're talking about application, but analysis and evaluation also. Not only defining something, not only explaining something that is your nephews, your nieces can define, memorize. So that's what we have, course learning outcomes, right? So the course learning outcomes must be equated, must be aligned with the next one, program learning outcomes. So program learning outcomes are associated with the ministry's MQF 2.0. Oh, you attended the program, yeah? So MQF 2.0, all right? So you have to have it. It has 5 clusters plus the 6th cluster is ours, Islamization. So we don't have the time to talk about MQF 2.0, right? So yeah, but whatever we have in MQF 2.0 that I will show later are related to all the frameworks. They are related. So that is program learning outcomes. What is PEO? Program educational objectives or the goals, educational goals of IEM. What is that? CLO is at the end of the semester. PLO is at the end of the program and upon graduation. Actually, it's upon graduation at the end of the program. Upon graduation, students should be able to A, B, and C. Looking at how many courses do you have? Maybe 40 courses times 3, 120 credits, right? So you have 40 credits. These are the kemenjadian pelajar, keberhasilan, the outcomes. At the end of the program, students should be able to acquire 1, 2, 3, 4 for that program, whether it's TESOL, whether it's science, whether it's physics, whether it's engineering. That is upon graduation. What about PEO? What is PEO? Program educational objectives. That is 3 to 5 years upon graduation. Once they have graduated, let's say they are going to graduate in September, 3 to 5 years after that, that's the PEO. What do our university want the students to be able to do 3 to 5 years down the line in the industry? That is, we call it continuous. Sorry, I don't have a slide. Sometimes you couldn't see. That is called continuous quality improvement, CQI. Have you heard of CQI? After this, you should be able to, you can Google continuous quality improvement. What does that mean? Meaning to say that if you want to look at the performance of students at the end of the course, then the kuliah will sit down and look at all the courses that are offered. What are the performance of the students? How many A's, how many B's, what's the average CGPA? And you look at the pattern for the past 5 years, for example. Is it up and down? That is course learning outcomes at the end of the semester. But at the end of the program learning outcomes is the outcome of the program itself. What's the average CGPA upon graduation for cohort 1, cohort 2, cohort 3? What about different courses that they offer? Are there in terms of improvement, or there are problems because of COVID-19? Because of COVID-19, the CGPA, suddenly the average is, let's say 2.8, suddenly now it's 2.2. So you have to find out why. So that's your board examiners meeting. A PEO, yeah. Meaning to say that once they are in the industry, yeah, kemenjadian, what? Not harimau jadi-jadian, eh? Or serigala jadi-jadian, minta maaf, ya? So sorry. But that's what it is, kemenjadian pelajar. So, once you have that, now they are in the industry, 3 to 5 years down the line, upon graduation, eh? We have to find out how they perform. Because for PO, it says that 3 to 5 years down the line, our graduates must be professional. What else? What do you want them to be able to do? It is in the Sejahtera Academic Framework, the goals, right? The Faris? So what do you want your students to be able to do, your graduates, 3 to 5 years down the line in the industry? Then if that is, usually it is determined by the university and also assisted by the kuliah. What does the university want the students to be able to do 3 to 5 years down the line? Like Goitia, they want to be professionals. Professionals, quote unquote, whatever job that they are doing. 1, 2, 3, 4 criteria that they want. So how do you measure that? Because at the end of the semester, your measurement is based on the assessment of the final exam or your continuous assessment. Upon graduation is your total CGPA. First is CGPA and GPA, and then upon graduation is CGPA, right? But in the industry, 3 to 5 years down the line, how do you measure that? That's what we haven't done. Some universities have done that because they are following OBE. That is, you have to go and send a survey questionnaire to them to find out, for them to evaluate our program. Our program successful. Our program is effective. How does it help you in your at your workplace? So that's what you have to do in the kuliah. That is loop 3. Loop 1 is at the end of the semester. Loop 2 is upon graduation. Loop 3 is 3 to 5 years down the line. That is closing the loop, we call it. Closing the loop at the end of the semester, closing the loop upon graduation, closing the loop 3 to 5 years down the line. So for loop 1, you can go for direct assessment, meaning to say that exams. For the continuous, whether it's summative or formative. Upon graduation, is also you can go for exam, right? But in the industry, are you going to give them an exam? So feedback. So if they call it indirect measurement, they can through survey, observation, interviews, and etc. So that's what we have to do in order for us to do our curriculum review. If not, how do we know that our students are doing well? How do we know that our curriculum are meeting the needs of the students? That's what curriculum review is all about. Okay. Dr. Zainal, that's OBE 10 minutes here. But OBE usually is a 3-day session or a 3-day workshop.
If I may suggest, Prof, just be there, and then I will invite the others. Let's be.
No more. A final one?
The panel session. So if you can invite the others as well to be at the front, so that any questions for us. So we've got 45 minutes for you to ask any questions, any jargon that is still troubling you to understand and how to put all these things together. All the panel, kita ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kursi. Right. Please, it can accommodate everyone. All right. So next, let's try to put all these things together. Yeah. In any case, at 4 you still have to do it together. But before you're being assigned to do that activities at 4, let's try to clarify or try to apa sajalah question yang ada, given input on the big ideas of UIA, trying to be different, leading the way. Doing SDG, but with integration of Marcosit, which never been done to any universities in the world. They can do sustainability, but never insertions of ideas of SDG, Marcosit together, and they're still sticking to our local context of indigenous concept of sejahtera, and at the same time still fulfilling the operational need of OBE. Means that Menteri punya requirement too, we still have to fulfill. Yeah, and that's the challenge lah, but that's the thing that we got to move around. Okay, let me try to stir the discussions. If there is any questions or any more. Doktor, tadi soalan tadi dah terjawab ke tidak? Kalau tak ada, boleh tanya balik semula. Only the different way. Anyone? Ada? Nak tambah lagi? Okay, sila. I can escape myself from answering the question.
Hey, we save a seat for you.
Okay, go on with the question.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Saya Hadi from Kuliah Medicine. Okay, first of all, thank you very much to all experts for spending so much time spending so much time, the hard work to explain about the concept of the what being practiced in IIM. I have questions. Okay, inshallah, I try to digest a lot of things actually. This is a lot of things to digest in one session. I have to admit that. But I have questions about the Sustainable Development Goals or ESD, Education for Sustainable Development. Okay, we understand that we have 17 18 goals to achieve in SDG or ESD. Then my question is, how we going to implement to achieve all that goals in our different course of teaching. Okay, some teach medicine, some teaching pharmacy, some teaching law. How we going to implement all that? Do we have to try to teach all that in our teaching course, or do we have to create program? Yeah, we know if we create program, it just that session only. Then, so how we going to achieve all that goals in our teaching? That's my question, Doctor.
Anyone?
Thank you.
Tadi soal SDG Doctor, tak? As a general OBE, how do you put it? All right, in general, my response would be before the others chip in their perspective as well, because everyone is teaching. So everyone, they've gone through all this kind of like effort to put all these subjects together, which is not an easy one. Even for us to come up with Insan Sejahtera pun, we have several rounds. Anyway, two things. Yeah, to me, the way I see like what Irina was saying, either you do it embedded, mean all this content that we have introduced, you insert, you integrate wherever possible, because there are subjects which is not easy to link directly. Cerita kalau kata medical pun tak semua kan, mungkin bila buat clinical, community health is easy lah. Tapi kalau subjek physics, chemistry, we're not sure how. So in that case, if you cannot relate to any of these, it doesn't mean that everyone has to in each course that, because we have two kind of like courses. Yeah? One is the formal, apa ni panggil Prof? Yang wajib, subjek wajib ni subjek compulsory itu, and the other one is unique core subjects. That one will complement these subjects. So if your question is how to integrate in each one, not necessarily all of what we have given you, because it's just impossible. But the values is there. The values is supposed to be there lah. So you can insert on. But if you cannot, macam Prof. Saji cakap tadi, there will be apa Prof? PEO, PLO, and semua tu. If you cannot fulfill at the lowest level, you will go up, trickle up to the second level. If it's not at least at the education, yang atas sekali apa Prof? PO, dekat PO level. So don't worry. But as much as you can, mesti ada benda yang boleh dikaitkan. For example, kalau our work on sekolah menengah will, instead of counting anak mancis, we count carbon emission. So those kind of thing lah. So at least you relate to environment. Orang lain sudah tambah? Mine is there. Saya lah, yes please.
I think the question was about SDG, Doctor. 17 SDG, whether they have to integrate all. So I think maybe I can share some example of my pillar, because my pillar is education. Kita taklah macam science kan, where you can do most of the SDG there. So it's quite restricted. So each of the department, they will identify SDG that are related to their area of expertise. For instance, quality education. So right, and of course in the SDG there are many indicators there. So you have to identify which of the courses that will be able to integrate that particular SDG in your courses. And like Dr. Zainal mentioned, we've got the UNGS and the USWA in Action, which is very, very good courses where they can actually do almost all of SDG. So to some extent, the students will be involved in most of the SDGs. If they are involved in the community engagement, they will impinge on maybe more than SDG. So that's how we address. And I think this is where Dr. Ina also mentioned about transdisciplinary. So this is where, as an academic staff, we're supposed to have transdisciplinary project with our other kuliah members. That's where you can also collaborate and expand the SDG that maybe not be able to address in your program.
Okay, alright. So kalau katakan tadi soalannya adalah from 1 to 17, definitely we cannot include them all lah. Whatever relevant lah kita. I mean, United Nations pun, they've got several agencies to do the jobs. No one agency is supposed to do that. Then kita focus especially 17, 4, SDG 4, 4.7 quality education. Any other questions? Ada? How do I? Yes, please. Sila perkenalkan diri, Doktor. Mike, okay. Belakang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Anis from CFS.
I have two questions. Number one is to Dr. Who's talking on Makassar Syariah just now? Dr. Badruddin. Sorry. I would like to know, and I apologize if I missed it. In one of the slides, it says that the combination of triple I's, FPK, Makassar, as well as SDG. And I wanted to know, and I'm sorry again if I missed it, but why are we not combining FPI instead of FPK? That's number one. And then number two, I like what Dr. Prof. Isarji asked us just now. Ideally, what do we want our students to do and to be after they graduate? And ideally, realistically, we want, as lecturers, we want them to be able to get a job. And I would like to refer to Dr. Faris whether how can we improve, these situations based on the IUM roadmap that we have currently. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 3 persons to address the questions.
Oh my. Sorry about that.
It's a good strategy. Silakan Prof. Dr. Badruddin.
Why not integrate FPI? So in fact, FPK also has integrated already the FPI, the support medical approach. So it's not different. It's not different because the FPK one is to produce the balance, the integrated system graduate. So it's no different. In fact, FPK also has integrated support medical. So the support medical is integrated already. The element of the support medical. So not much different. So the person want to add more this support.
Sorry, sister, I'm not very clear with your question. Because you mentioned about Makassar just now. And then you went into FPK and FPI.
Kenapa tak pakai FPI?
Yes. Why not individually we use FPI as we are in IUM? Why not we use IUM FPI?
Okay, actually FPI is already ingrained in the ILM 7 mission statement kita. Remember that we want to lead the way and we want to lead the world. So if you just address using the FPI and triple ICE, and you're talking about you bring this together nation, you be very exclusive. We want, this is part of our dawah. We want to be inclusive. We want them to show to them that all these may be Islamic terms, but they are very relevant, they are universal. I still remember when Tan Sri talked about Makassar, but he did not use that term. And all the rest of the audience was saying this is very, it's acceptable. This is what we want to do. When he explained that it's actually Makassar, they were amazed. So if you use that term, it can be a turn off. Because that is not relevant to me because I don't have the same belief. But if you put it as something that is universal in that sense, but the principles are there. This is why we bring it that sense. And I think Makassar, you can see, is the basis of most of the things. It consists of FPK and FPI. Okay?
So that's why they are put in Makassar. So we put faith, we not put religions. So if we use the term religion, so maybe people will not buy our concept. So just like the term from the Punya blog. So we do not use the term Islamization in context of Malaysia because we're sensitive. So we use the term of harmonization between civil and Sharia law. So this is our core focus of the law. So this is the wisdom of the founding father of the Kuliah, Tan Sri Prof. Ahmad Ibrahim. So he tried to avoid any regard to the terminology used by the whole world. Because Islam is a rahmatan lil alamin. So we have to bring this concept to the whole world.
Just want to add something. If you look at the IUM philosophy itself, it is based on the recommendation for the First World Conference on Muslim Education in 1977. So if you look at FPK, if you look at OBE and the rest, It is more comprehensive. If you look at the recommendation, this is our IM philosophy is based on this. So actually, it's not mentioned anywhere, but basically it mentioned based on the recommendations of the First World Conference. If you look at specifically on the recommendation, these are the recommendations, and they are very similar and more. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Faris, you want to add something? Dah, terima kasih.
Thank you. Which one? What was the question again? Sorry, I'm 65, so.
Is your questions answered, sister?
My second question was, when Prof. Isarja asked us just now, what do we want our students to be when they graduated from IUM? And we want them to, and then you suggested that we want them to be professionals, right? But I think in the current economy and so on, in the next 3 to 5 years, we want them to have a job, a permanent full-time job, if possible. So how do we, based on the SDG and all of the modules that we have done today, how can we integrate and making sure that our students will always remain valuable even after they graduated from IUM?
Well, the example that I gave was from UiTM. They want their students to be professionals because a lot of IUM programs are hands-on in nature. Just like any other engineering programs like UTEM, UMB, UNIMAP, etc., they are hands-on, yeah? Compared to ours, it's more theoretical in nature. Basically, what we have is that if we have our PO, if you look at education goals, I don't have it here, look at our educational goals. What do we want our students to be able to do in terms of skills, knowledge, and attitudes? That's what all the frameworks are talking about here. If you look at the framework of, let's say, if you look at the 5 pillars of education, you look at to know, it's the same as ilm. Al-Ghazali says ilmu, knowledge. So if you look at all the frameworks, whether it's FPK, whether it's IUM, whether it's SDG, whether it's OBE, they are talking about the same thing. Nothing new. Number one is knowledge. You must have knowledge. If you look at all the frameworks, you must have knowledge. For Makassar, what is it called? Intellect. For FPK, what is it called?
Sejahtera.
Look at FPK. Intellectual. Intellect also. So for Bloom's taxonomy, what is it called? Cognitive domain. So they are the same. They are using different terms. So once you have that knowledge, then you move to the next one. For Al-Ghazali, what is it called? Amal. So ilmu, once you have ilmu, you have amal. What about Bloom's taxonomy? Application. What about the 5 pillars of education for sustainable development? You are talking about to do. So they are using different terms, so don't get confused. You just map it, then you know. Number one, you must have knowledge and understanding. Ilm. That's what Al-Ghazali said. You must have ilmu. Then you have to be able to apply it. The ilmu to apply, what will happen to you if you have the ilm but you cannot apply? You don't apply. What's it called? Ilm without amal is wasteful. Sia-sia sahaja. Ada ilmu tapi tak nak amal. But what happens if you have amal without ilm? It's foolish. You ada ilmu tapi tak nak solat. You solat tapi tak tahu ilmu. Zuhur 6 rakaat misalnya. So that's what you have. That's what I mentioned about application just now. They are all the same. To know, to do, to be, ilmu, amal, and hal. But Al-Ghazali mentioned about a little bit about hal. That is, hal is the application, but in context. In context. For example, if we ask our ulama right now in terms of cultured meat. Cultured meat, yeah? What is cultured meat? Meat produced in a lab. Is it halal? Anybody? Is it halal? In vitro meat that is produced in a lab. That is our context now, right now, right? This is our context right now. How 1,400 years ago do we have that? We don't have that. So that is the context. When you teach in Kuala Lumpur, it's different than teaching in Pohbo in Womusang. They got post group, different context. So how is the context? and tafakkur, and taqwa, and etc. So basically, if you look at all the frameworks that we have, they are talking about the same thing. Knowledge, amal, minimum. And then you have your cognition, then you have your affection, emotion, that is your values. Again, the values. Don't forget, then when you talk about FPK just now, we are talking about physical domain, psychomotor skills. That's your hands, your legs, your eyes, etc. So if you look at FPK, if you look at all these frameworks from primary school, from preschool all the way to tertiary education, if you look at the curriculum, you must have courses that enhance, nurture, and develop your physical skills. What do you call it before? PE, right? Pendidikan Jasmani, PJ. You must have courses that develop your intellectual capability. They must have courses that enhance their emotions so that when you're stressful, you can release your tension. You can read Al-Quran, you can do poetry, you can do literature, and some people can do nasheed, etc. Release your tension, or cooking. And you must have courses that relate you to Hablum Minan-Nas and Hablum Minallah. So if you look at all the courses that you have, if you want to study that, if you want to evaluate this, evaluate your own program. Do our students have to take all these courses so that we can develop a comprehensive, holistic, and balanced students? That's what it's called. Anyway, thank you very much.
So Faris, you want to add something? You still remember the question? Yeah. I suspect that. and someone, or you can recall the questions. Apa tadi?
I think how can we help the situation that we have with our graduates nowadays? How can it be improved through the IUM roadmap?
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. How can we improve our graduates' employability with what we are doing at the moment? Basically, all the roadmaps, the Sejahtera framework, Mafasid Syariah, SDG, and so on and so forth. As I mentioned just now, the main purpose of education in IUM is to nurture Allah, to nurture insan sejahtera. Right? I think in one of the slides, even in my videos, when we talk about what it means to be insan sejahtera, you have to have that relationship with yourself, with Allah, with the community, and the environment, and so on. And it brings to mind because I think when we look at the skills that are being sought after nowadays by employers, it's no longer the technical skills. Agree or not? Yeah, now they are looking for communication skill, the people skill, human skill, and things like that. And I believe we are on the right track going towards that. I mean, we are moving from bukan kita ajar the technical knowledge, we still do that, but we are adding more values to make people to nurture akhlak, nurture adab. And when we talk about relationship with the community, why we ask our students, one of the reasons why we ask our students to go to the community, so that they know how to deal with people. That is the kind of skill that employees are looking at the moment. If your students only remain in classes throughout their 4 years in the university, and they go out there in the real world, they'll be shocked. They wouldn't even know how to speak to people. Even now, if you notice our younger generation, now kita pun lebih kurang juga. We are so consumed with social media, kan? We speak very well in social media. I have my students, they cannot even, not all, some of them, they cannot even construct a sentence in English. Kan? Bila kita tanya soalan, mereka jawab. But you look at the status they upload in their Facebook, Queen's English. That's it. So they are good in virtual online, but when it comes to human face-to-face relationship, I think are sure that there are some mistakes over there. So one of the things, one of the reasons why we ask them to go to see the community so that they can master the skill of us communicating with people. All right, and we thought. Okay, Want me to
That
stop?
is good. That's good. Terus sajikan lagi, okay, dah.
Okay. Terus apa lagi? I mean, my point being that now employers are looking for what do you call it? Soft skill, what do you call it?
Yeah, human skill.
Yeah.
Human skill.
Yeah.
Soft skill, soft skill.
Sorry?
Soft skill.
Soft skills, kan? Those are the things that only happen when you treat them as a human being, when you teach them to become a human being, rather than just a product of education factory or education mill.
There's one person in the front. You're trying to ask questions, or the questions answered? Sila. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Salam.
My name is Mokhtar. I'm an alumni IUA. When I was a student here, we were bombarded with Islamization. All the time Islamization, all the time Islamization. And I have no idea about Islamization until I'm here in IUA. After that, I finished my studies. I went to the real world, and I see that actually UAE has a very big mission, big mission that other universities did not have. It's a wow mission actually. They want to lead the world, right? That's a very simple word, but they have very big meaning. But nobody understands that unless you're in here, unless you embark into the journey. And Alhamdulillah, I've been given an opportunity to join university again and look from your perspective. Before I was a student, I didn't see all this. And when I see this, I feel scared. I know. Actually, I feel like we are actually alone. The rest of the institution, they have different goals. And although they have their each university have their own goals, but most of them, they are going to the same direction. Quite, I can see like uniform. They're going for ranking, you know.
Can you shorten it? Chris,
Yeah, my question is how are we going to do it if we are alone? You know, how we're supposed to work with them. We're supposed to work with other universities to achieve this, right? This is about Ummah, very big, right? So how are we going to do that? I mean, at the moment, yes, lah. Before that, when 10 years back then, it was not documented, right? All this not documented. Although the approach already there, but it was not documented until now, recently. And but there's a good progress. But globally, how are we going to do it? How are we going to do it without not being alone? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone to answer?
Can I?
Oh yeah, Zed.
So thank you so much, Dr. Muhtar. I think I couldn't resist to answer this because I'm part of the Kajian Kerelabanan and Program Academic at KPT level. So we look at all universities, we look at all programs, we look at all outputs, especially in the past 3 years. And when you mentioned that you don't see it when you were students, I think that's really a big wake-up call for all of us here. That's what the students say during the FGD as well. We have FGDs from university students from almost every university in Malaysia. And they said the same thing. I don't know what I have learned, but I know I have passed the exam. I don't know what I have learned, but I know I have got the paper. How do you feel? How do you feel? Is it okay? Is it okay for the students to say, I got a paper, goodbye university? Is it okay? And when they meet you on the road, madam, I think I was in your class, but I don't remember what course. I think I got A, but I don't know why I got A. that is reality. Ask that questions again to you. Ask that questions again to you. Are you happy with that? If yes, please, 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 I beg you, leave education sectors. Leave. This is not the sector for you. Because your future is in the hand of who you educate. Seriously. And I'm so sad because in CPD, we actually keep getting a lot of feedback from the deans. This staff needs to be retrained. This staff needs to be retrained. Why do we need this staff to be retrained when you are training the students? I think we should stop you from teaching while we retrain you. So this is the reality, and I really, really hope the finding we have to present to TKP in the next 2 weeks. But we are checking actually. The finding was not that good. We are still waiting for the feedback from the students. Up until now, we received around 100. We are waiting for 100,000, but I don't think we will get that many. So I'm not really sure how many we eventually get. But put the survey aside, the FGD really give us a wake-up call. And I really want you to bring that questions home. Would you feel okay if the students say that to you, that what they remember from your course is that they just passed the course? Okay, thank you.
It's on a positive note. On a positive note.
That's positive note.
Yeah, and the positive note, basically in language acquisition, we call it delayed acquisition. Meaning to some people, it takes time for them to acquire and to realize, aha, I've learned this. So they call it delayed acquisition. So not for everybody, but for some people. So that's on a positive note. Not now, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 percent.
All right, okay. For the questions on community platform, not alone, Benito. Roadmap, you want to, or Irina, go? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is why we are giving you this SDG Global Goals and other the framework is actually not only for UIA. It's other universities also doing the same thing. So we are not alone. I think that then by having this kind of the global agenda and then by introducing you this kind of jargon, that is the language that we are actually playing for. So I hope by having this Insan Sejahtera, you can integrate into your teaching and learning somehow, and then that you shows you also that you are not alone also. So we are actually speaking about the same language. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's nice. I mean, that's a response. SDG 2030 is everyone's work around the world, and then you have got RCE. I was mentioning there are 200 RCE around the world working together with us. But I do admit there is some difference that need to be highlighted there. Being in an Islamic university, being in an international Islamic university, there's some differences that need to be highlighted. And what are those differences? That's why we have in our tagline, humanizing higher education through SDG and Maqasid Sharia. But how do we put that into practice? That's the ongoing challenge that we're doing. Starting from the beginning, when you say that when you're a student, you didn't realize the mission is already there. But when you were a student, you didn't realize it. That means at that particular time, we are still struggling how to get the students to realize that. So these are ongoing things that we've got to work together on this. Yeah? And also, I must highlight as well that this kind of work, like you said, UIA is quite alone in this, alone in the way that we do have projects concretely on the ground that works together with the others. Let's say, for example, in terms of ranking, we know that UIA is quite reserved in terms of ranking, but at the same time, we are not just barking on those trees, but at the same time, we do collaborate with at least four universities to develop an alternative assessment systems that emphasize on community engagement, all those kind of things, rather than the publication, which doesn't mean that we sideline that, but on top of that, we got a different kind of mission. That's what we're working together with UPM, UTEM, UPM, UTEM, UNIMED, and another one, UTM. So these are the 4 universities, and we discussed this when we were in Barcelona, when we told the conference that we are working on this concept of community university with different kind of assessment. They got excited because the whole world is looking for different kind of ranking. That means we are working together with others for something else, not just a conventional time education, SDG World Impact Ranking, QS, or Shanghai Jintao, this kind of thing only. Any more questions? Yes.
Brother, thank you. I mean, you were scared now listening to all these things. Yeah. Imagine how scared we are when we were drafting all these things. No, actually, I want to respond to points made by Prof. Mira just now. Students don't remember what they learned in class. They don't even during your time, man, you don't even know what, you cannot comprehend what Islamization is all about and things like that. That means that we are at fault. That it's not the students' fault, right? Because why? Probably because we are too concerned about their, again, their technical understanding, their technical competency, whether they get A in our class or not, whether they understand whatever the concept that we want to tell them. So we too focus on that, or we emphasize too much on that, so that the humanizing part of the education is still being left behind. Yeah, mungkin lah tu, right?
Yeah.
So probably if we can teach them and at the same time nurture them to become a human being, probably they will understand what Islamization is all about. Probably they will remember you. Yeah. We have SFS, yeah. Of all the, now I'm breaking a bit lah. I'm always 95.
Let me check later.
But it doesn't mean much to me, except for one comment made by one student, I think, few years back. He says, like tu saya selalu dapat lah, you are the best lecturer lah, semua tu kan, semua that. But one student said, thank you sir for making me think. So that's all I mean. Yeah, alhamdulillah. So just to make your student be able to think for themselves. Yeah, cukup lah.
Thank you. And in order to do that, that's why we take quite a brave steps of making it compulsory for all students to undergo your NTS 141, Sustainable Development, Usra in Action 1 and Usra in Action 2. Meaning that given COVID, people are asking what kind of change are you doing? We know that business industries are being shaken by the event of COVID. And we know finally the skills, soft skills, etc. So we take the brave step. None of the universities in Malaysia make it compulsory for students to undertake subject for community engagement 3 times. 1 UNDS, second Usra in Action planning, second Usra in Action 2 is where they really go down to the ground. None of the universities in Malaysia, even in the world, make it compulsory. So that means we're not just talking about it, we're putting it into practice. Any other questions, please? Yes, please, Doctor.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Nazmi. I'm from CFS as well. This is behind that. I have 2 questions, but before I ask, I would like to apologize beforehand if my question sounds accusatory or too critical, or if my questions show again of ignorance on my part, but only because I never got to know. So my first question is that I remember because I was here in IIM since I was CFS, and then as a UG student, and then a PG student, and now a staff in CFS. I only got to hear about all these SDG, Sejahtera, and so on after the current rector comes in. With all the respect to the previous rector, only when the current rector comes in, I got to hear it. So at that point of time, when I first started hearing all this, what I could think of, so what happens if there is another change in leadership? But not only because of the rector, but like the deputy directors and the people behind the team and so on. So what happens then? So my question would be, the first question would be, how sustainable is all this agenda that we are talking about? Sustainable in terms of literally sustainability, the word sustain. So that is my first question. Second question, relate a bit about the presentation about SDG 4. Quality education. I recall that in the slide, it was written something about transforming the learning environment. And we all spoke about sending the students to community engagement and coming up with ideas. But if I recall my time as a UG student, I used to be in a classroom where, I remember it was in Econs, if I'm not mistaken, at the top floor, and the classroom had no ceiling. And we could hear the bird, choo, happily across the shielding. So it was disturbing as well. And then now in my current place in Gambang, recently I assessed some presentations and I took a seat at the back of the class. Only then I could see it from the student's point of view. And well, needless to say, the chairs are very wonky, so to say, the tables are very loose. So in terms of facilities, in terms of our learning environment, what are we as the directly responsible institution to keep it sustainable for our own students in our own turf, doing it to help in terms of that? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right. So anyone would like to answer? Ini kemana nih? Lari lagi.
Purposely went back.
Sampai hati.
Anyone who like roadmap? No.
Roadmap.
That was a tough question. For all you know, next day your director will sing one somebody new. But brother, yeah, we get that a lot actually. We get that a lot. Will this thing continue? So, well, if we have new leadership in the future, so on and so forth. That's why one of the strategy is to really make things concrete now. For instance, like UNGS, which I mentioned, that has now become a compulsory subject. So it's not easy for you to remove that in the future. Right? So that is one of our strategies. The rest, I cannot make much promises now. But when we have people like yourself, if you are convinced with what we are telling you, then I think this thing will live on. Right? It is not a new thing. Actually, from the inception of IUM, we've been talking about this probably in different language, different terminologies, but it shows the sustainability of the concept. Even from day one of IUM until now, we are still talking about this. Cumanya mungkin now we add on new spices macam tu lah kan, to make things better. Next one apa tu?
The chair.
The monkey chair. Oh, that is also a tough question. I got that a lot too. I was in the University Development Committee meeting this morning, and I was informed by our ED Development and Planning. He related to us one story. He was in a meeting at KPT, and he was sitting next to the Vice Chancellor of UUM. All right. So the Vice Chancellor of UUM told our ED, it's very difficult to become a VC because UUM and ours is about the same age. What we call the aging university. Kalau kita 40 tahun dah start sakit lutut, dah start belakang, tidur silap sikit sakit tengkuk, aging university. So they kata it's very difficult to become a VC for university at this age because why? Things are beginning to break apart. And to make matters worse, you know how we are in terms of budget, funding, sampai semua ni kan. And but that does not mean that our university we sit on our laurels and not doing anything, but we are exploring ways to generate income, to do maintenance. Yeah? We got help even from our student union, our Academic Staff Association for crowdfunding. I believe you know about this. ASA is doing a crowdfunding for student bridge, the roof tu kan. But tolonglah bagilah sikit. Jangan tengok aja betul komplain rumah tak siap, bagilah sikit kan. It's part of our duty lah tu I think. The university has given us so much, why not we give back a few dollars macam tu lah.
But if I can answer your questions, brother. Let's not make it as personal agenda. I think why it doesn't sustain. Most of the change doesn't sustain because we always look at who bring the ideas. If you believe in the ideas, whoever going to lead, whoever going to be in, director of CPD, director of SCAS, deputy director of academic, whoever the person is, it won't matter because you believe on the change. If you will lose track, you will remind us. So please, sustainability is not only our responsibility, but also you. So please remind us if you see that we are off track. Okay, thank you.
will keep on mentioning our issues here regarding our infrastructure. I have the same issue. I went to my class, aircon was not working, sisters were sweating like crazy, and the Wi-Fi was slipping. So that's part of one, but you have to let the management know of it. Must let the management know about it. That is our responsibility, whoever we are. That's all. Yeah? Infrastructure. It's just like if you introduce a new curriculum, it can be worked out, but if your structure cannot handle the curriculum, it won't work also. So it goes both ways, number one. Number two, we talk about the leadership. Whoever comes in next is okay. Because if you look at Al-Ghazali for the past 100,000 years, right? Al-Ghazali still talk about knowledge, amal, ilmu, amal, and how. And we talk about FPK since 1988, it's still there. They're still talking about knowledge and application. Physical enhancement of physical ability, emotion, spiritual. It's the same thing. They're moving here and there. It's just that if you have a new framework, it's just a rebranding of the old one. If you look at the whole thing, it's just rebranding, adding here and there. Whether it's SDG, whether it's ESD, whether it's OBE, whether it's Bloom's taxonomy, whether it's FPK, it's just rebranding, including here to include here and there. So don't worry about it, because we are just reminding ourselves that if you have a product, if you don't rebrand your product, will be just don't worry about that. It will be there.
One last question. So we've got an activity to do. Adin? Adin? Yes, please. Can you pass one back?
Firstly, my name is Nazri from CFS. I don't know whether this question is able to be asked here or not, but as we know, in the new CO template or course outline template, we have to add sub-element. So my question is, how do we codify or include the elements in our course outlines? Or may we know the university's expectation to this? Thank you.
Did you say codify?
To include or to add to.
Kita tak code. I mean, that's a bit complicated. Codify. I mean, you don't have to go to that extent. My quick response to that. Why do we give all this thing? If you answer that, if you include all this thing, then you answer the requirement. Because these are the very component of something. Composite-nya, SDG-nya, ESG, these are the things. All this thing that you got here is the answer to your questions. Brother, is that responding to your question? If you put all this thing, dekat dalam description, not descriptions lah, sub-component, kan? Put this thing. Whatever yang kita faham lah, whatever we explain to you. So that will answer it. That's how my understanding, unless there are other I think the components of SAP.
Well, we have to have another workshop on how to hands-on application of OBE and SAP, Sejahtera and SAP. We did that before, right? And all of us did that for Dr. Zulaika, right? What was it? Azika attended that workshop, yeah? So how to incorporate Sejahtera and how to incorporate Sejahtera and SAP.
And it is ongoing process. Yeah, if reflecting on Senate meeting, what is a common questions? How do you integrate all this thing? Meaning, don't worry that much because it's an ongoing thing. But as long as the spirits, the values, the principles that we share with you, you integrate in your CO, inshallah they will answer the need for integrating stuff.
But can I ask you a question? Does SAF stop you from teaching properly? Does If I may ask you, does SAF, having the SAF inside course outline, stop you from teaching properly? Does SAF inside the course outline stop you from teaching as what you has been doing? So what is the worry? Which part that you are worried? Then we can prepare some kind of training if training is needed, or support if support is needed. So I'm not sure what kind of support is needed. What do you worry when you hear that you have to incorporate SAF to your course outline? You are worried that you will be scrutinized by the dean, is it? Yeah, no? Which part that worries you? Oh, they're not worried. So it's okay then.
What triggered the question?
What triggered the questions?
How
How to implement? Okay, so implementing is a different story.
How to implement or how to put in the CO? It's two different things.
Yeah, we have to put and then we have to implement because yeah, the CO will use the CO to teach the students, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So we have to have the best and understanding to the CO so that we can teach the students well. So that's why in preparing the COs, when we have to add the sub elements, so we have to know what is the university's expectation on this element to be added in the COs.
Let's go back a bit. Now, do you know what is the element of sub?
Yeah, that's why we are here to know.
Yeah, I know. So now hopefully now you know the element of sub. Just put it there. The question, joking aside, now you know the elements, you know the components, yeah, but definitely it's a real challenge how to put into the classroom. And that makes the difference. Putting on paper is one thing, that's a ticking box kind of thing. But implementing it, integrating it, internalizing it, that's a different challenge. And we hope that's what CPD is doing, and also Professor Jibnya workshop, was it a workshop? To how to do that. The how question is supposed to be continuously addressed, right?
Yeah, we have trained 2 people from each kuliah. We have trained 2 people from each center and kuliah. So I really hope that the people that we've trained can sort of assist the kuliah. But if you still doesn't get the assistance that you need, please let us know, and maybe we can come to your kuliah to assist. Okay. So we have trained. Every kuliah should have that 2 people. If that 2 people suddenly disappear, then let me know.
We gotta find the third people.
We have to find the 3rd people.
Any more questions? We'd love to have more discussion because you need to internalize this. Yeah, if you know the learning pyramid, the best learning process is the bottom one, where you yourself talking, presenting it. So now it's your time, and share with us how do we, how much has been acquired. If you still have more questions for that. So for that, Dr. Suhaila will have some instructions how to go about the next session for another half an hour for you to discussions in the group, and then to share and present it to one of the facilitators, just in the group, so that to make sure that there are discussions and people understanding if there is any more questions to that concepts. You're already in your group, yeah? We've got 6 of us. So what we plan to do, what we propose to do is you prepare the so ada air dekat belakang tu, minum dulu because you'll be working hard after this.
Duduk dulu, masak kan, banyak-banyak keluar.
Okay, we have the one that group has only one member, the rest is the member. I think one thing first is that I assume every group has a leader. Ada tak? Ada leader tak? Every group ada kan? Ada leader. Okay, so the leader will do the presentation lah. So make sure that the leader, what we will do is that we will assign a panel to 2 groups. So the panel will listen, will help you to manage to discuss, help you to discuss the case study until you're able to come up with the presentation. So you will be presenting to the panel because we have 11 groups. So you will not be presenting to everyone. You will just be presenting it to the panel. You may need to refine it further based on the comments by the panel. And after that, you have to submit to CPD. Okay? Right. We've got 2 empty tables. I wait for the empty tables to be filled up. So every group should get a mahjong paper. You can choose to use the mahjong paper or you want to use your tablet or whatever, it's up to you. Okay, so everyone is here, right? Okay, what you need to do is first, identify an issue related to the track that you have selected in your group. You've got teaching, research, and community engagement. So each group choose one track. Whether you want to discuss and identify a case study that is related to teaching, like for instance, infra, you can relate to teaching, right? Or research or community engagement, an issue, okay? And discuss and highlight how the Insan Sejahtera elements can be incorporated in resolving the issue. So you, in the discussion, when you draw out discussion on your piece of paper, mahjong paper, we hope that you will be able to identify elements of the Insan Sejahtera in your output, whether it's a resolution curve, whatsoever, right? Case study, you'll be able to identify them. Okay, and you can present your output or discussion in any form that you want, whether it's mind map, infographic, or whatever. Okay, right? So every group will be given about 10 to 15 minutes to present your output. So altogether, you have half an hour of presentation because each panel will listen to 2 groups. Okay, so by 4:30, we will start to listen to your presentation. So now is the time for you to discuss. Okay, I will show. No, the presentation. The presentation. For 40. Okay, so then 10 minutes only lah. 10-minute presentation. So I show you the sample of the previous group in the previous slide. This is what they have came up with. So they choose community engagement, issue of disposables, and they came up with this, and it has been published, Can they published it lah? They put in this form. Okay, how to deal with disposables of COVID-19. So blah blah blah, disclaimer, preface, acknowledgements. These are the authors. So they've got the structure, introduction, the framework, how they identify the problem, how to define the problem, exploring the problem. In these two case studies, they were using concept FAN to analyze the root cause. You can choose to any kind of strategies of thinking that you want to use, and it's up to you. And then they've got the reflection and conclusion and then final references. This is just an example. You don't have to follow it to the letter. You can choose to do whatever it is, in what form that you want, that you prefer. The details, maybe Prof. Mira can explain lah. So these are basically the introduction, the framework, and then how they identify the problem, about the issue that they have raised. Okay, and then so they highlighted all these, then they define it. What are the types, what are the purposes of the disposable, and then explore the problem, factors. And then they're using this concept FAN. That's where they come up, this is where you brainstorm. Okay? They use the mind map of concept FAN. And then after that, they identify the objective. Step by step, they focus on each of the levels of output that they got from the discussion in the concept FAN. Okay, focus point. Okay, so I leave it to you to decide of an issue. The panel will go to the groups that are under them, and they will facilitate. They will help you to crystallize the issue and the case study, and they're supposed to guide you up to the output lah. Any question tak? They get these slides so that they can look at okay. So you can check the CCD website. So you can browse through the link if you want. Any questions? If not, our panel, can I just assign you to the group? Okay. Dr. Faris, group 1 and 2. Group 1 and 2, where are you? 1, 2. Dr. Myself, I'll take group 3 and 4. Group 3 and group 4? Group 4, group 3. Where is group 3? Hello? No, group 3. Okay, group 3 and 4, that's fine. Group 5 and 6. Dr. Bada. 5 and 6. Ni dengan itu. Dr. Apa boleh tadi? Zainal. Zainal nak last ke? Okay. Dr. Irina, 7 and 8. 7 and 8. 8 mana 8? 7. Group 7. That one. 7 and 8, you under Dr. Irina. 9 and 10. 9 and 10, Prof. Saji mana? Is Prof. Saji around? Okay, Dr. Zainal, you nak group 11. Dia nak satu sebab dia check. Dia pengurusi majlis saja. Okay. So we can go to your group and help them.
How we suggest
Well, it's not wrong. Yes.
Saya lah.
Okay, we're supposed to start our presentation now. Maybe we'll give you. Okay, some groups are ready.
So they can present to the
So you can call your panel, hands up to the groups that are ready. Your panel will go to you and they will listen to you. Okay? Which groups are ready? Group one, ready to present, group one? Not yet. Group two?
Siapa dah siap boleh present boleh balik. Macam dalam sekolah kan. But don't compromise the quality, please.
And we also see that there is a sense of spirituality when these these are the influence, but not only on the but so the message that I want to most especially with regards to learning, and then we also want to and lastly, we want to start on the so the first thing that we agree on, we understand. It's not necessary. So that you want to see how each of them
I'm asking you, will you be the mentor of your team? How are you going to Oh, okay. I have a question. Making you adapt. Some of the places, you know, the passing resources, you are
Surah dapat
Ask all these questions back.
Off kat sini. Kopi cerahnya. Ni. Ni. Itu lah. Kopi cerah ni. Dia punya tu tinggi. Turun lah. Ha. Dia simpan apa? Tak tahu. Habis dah tu.